Check, check. Sounds good. All right. Looks like we are good. I think we had Slate Street restart the router over here to make sure our internet connection was solid. I tried to get it started a little bit earlier, but we had some problems, like usual. It's just bar Wi-Fi that we deal with. Anyways, we got our Arizona boy John Driver playing Steve Smith. It doesn't look like the score is updating. I'll have to let me see. Current score is John Driver 1 and Steve is on 2. Hey Jessica, how are you? Oh, looks like it updated. All right, we're good to go. Yeah, I just needed to reload it real quick. So this is the 560 and under amateur tour stop number 4 down here at Slate Street Billiards in New Mexico. Rio Rancho, I think it's basically just it's basically just Albuquerque. Wasn't too bad of a drive. I think it took me and Tim about 6.5 hours. Really like the room. They actually have a table. Um, there's too much traffic up front, but they actually have a table up front. These pockets, you're going to see them play a little bit bigger, but they have a table up front when you walk in. I got to play on it a little bit last night. Oh my gosh, it plays almost plays as tight as a diamond. But here, I think you're going to see. I'm not going to say you're going to see these guys run out a lot, but you're definitely going to see some runs over here. John's got to masse this ball a little bit, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good hit. He had to manipulate that cue ball quite a bit to get to that side rail and spin to hit the one. Greg says I always have to use hotspot when I stream in there. Yeah, well, it seems to be a lot better now that they reset the router. I think they went up there and either reset it or unplugged everything and plugged it back in. It took about 20 minutes, but everything's reading solid right now, at least from what I see. I think John got a little lucky there and hooked him on the 3. These guys are playing even. There is a spot. Let me check real quick. There's a spot on this tour. I believe it's every 40 points. I'm going to double check right now. For those that don't know, for the ones local out here in New Mexico, John Driver is from Arizona. He's had his fair share of success in these tournaments. I don't remember. I see him on day 2 quite a bit, and he's usually in the final 4. So I does have a tough draw right out of the gate playing a 547. But if I know anything about John, I know he loves these challenges. I myself, when I get in a tournament, I kind of want to play a guy I can loosen up my stroke with a little bit, and then I'm ready for the best guy in the tournament. It's hard to just it's hard to come in cold. He probably warmed up just a little bit, and now he's got to play one of the higher rated players in this 516 under. All right, let me go. Okay, 516 and under amateur tour. It's a race to 6. It's one game spot every 40 points. It's min race to 3, so the maximum race differential will be 6-3. We don't see that here. Usually I have the back table going. I just didn't have enough room to put the score up, but as we progress, I guess we'll see. We're still working out the kinks. As we progress, I guess we'll see where we're at. And Greg says Steve's a good shot. He's out of Santa Fe. Yeah, I think we missed the first couple games before we were up and running, but yeah, it's a little unlike John there. He once he gets dialed in, you're gonna see those balls drop consistently. And you talk about a draw. First game on the stream, you're already a little jittery coming into it. You drove all this way, you have expectations in this tournament, and the first thing you got to do is play one of the higher rated players in the tournament on the stream with people watching. I love it. I'm curious what John's plan is for that 7. That 7's kind of in a tricky spot. Maybe forced to bank it if he gets on the good side of it, or play safe. It's not the worst. I don't think it's the worst idea in the world if you really just pocket the 6 and then the 7 over by the 9. My only problem with that is, what do you do after that with this? The 7 will be tied up on the 9. Do you hit it hard enough and create separation with the 7-9 and then get ball in hand and try something, or do you try to 3 foul him after that? Is there 3 foul? I have to double check. The winner's break format. I know in other tours we've done alternate break. I really enjoy the winter break format. I consider myself a little bit of a rhythm player, so when you really get dialed in, you break and run, kind of allows you to hold serve a little bit. Even if you break and make a ball and don't have a great look, it allows you to push out to an advantageous spot or maybe play safe on the first shot on the rack. Allows you to take control early on. That looks like John's well, waiting for a little room. I just had John come over. He's like, I really gotta calm down right now. So this is kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier. I don't know. I don't think he has enough room to combo the 7-9. I don't mind playing safe here. I mean, I skim the 7 and kind of put it on that 9-10 and cue ball up table. It's not the worst idea in the world if he didn't leak it. If he leaked an edge. Yeah, look, I think he called something, which tells me he's got a kick at it. So he might have called a 9 just in case. It's a precautionary call. It doesn't look like it goes from this angle. Personally gone out and golfed with John Driver before. He's got a great golf game as well. He a bit unsuspecting too. You go out there and he invited me out golfing. Somebody had mentioned once. They're like, yeah, he plays some pretty good golf. He invited me out once and we went out. God, the first drive off the tee ripped it like 315 right down the middle. He likes to play this little draw on his drive and he ripped it, carried it like 290, rolled out another 20 yards. I'm like, my goodness, John. Yeah, you really don't want to give up ball in hand here. The balls just lay too good. Player of Steve's caliber should be able to clean this up if it gets ball in hand here. John knows that. Put every bit of emphasis, even anything but ball in hand. Even if you leave him a shot, you're going to make him work for it a little bit. Yeah, I love what. That did not roll out well for John, but like I said, he's still got to work for it a little bit. Like what he did there, utilize that second rail, kind of acts as a backboard for that seven, making that seven a bigger target. What's up, Gilbert? How you doing, brother? Oh, went way too far there. I don't think he was trying to get to the other side of the ball. I really think much rather be on the other side, shooting the eight the other way. Let's see how he's feeling. I think early on in matches when I'm not really warmed up, I usually yield to play safe in the situation. But, 2 or 3 matches deep, I'm cutting this eight ball down. It's a sellout shot if you miss it more often than not, though. That's the danger of the shot. These pockets play big enough. Oh, yeah. Now this puts John in a really good spot here. You don't have to focus on getting perfect on this nine. Just give yourself a good look. Ten's in an easy enough spot. That's what John will do. Anywhere Anywhere to the middle of the table or maybe even a little bit further. You'll be just fine. Pete Gresh, my man, how are you? How you doing, old man? Saw your daughter had her baby. Tell her I said congrats. I think. I think this is plenty of angle. John would ideally like to shoot this 10 in the side, so he'll draw this back out. He's got enough angle to get kind of to the center of the table. You want to go beyond the 10 a little bit, I think. That'll work. Going beyond it a little bit, though, you never really have that awkward back cut. You can kind of see the pocket. Oh, that's Junior. Sorry, I can't. The image is too small. All I see is a name. How you doing, bro? Tell your old man I said hi if you see him. He's one of my favorite people. All right, looks like he just updated the score 2-2. You guys are just tuning in. John Driver, he lost the first 2 games. He came over, looked at me, and said, man, I really got to calm down right now. I got to settle down. Looks like he's starting to do that a bit. Couple good kick shots, I think, afforded him the opportunity to get back in the game. That was a good attempt on the break. Oh, he's going to scratch. There's a good attempt on the break. The goal here, and what I've seen for most players, is they're trying to make those second 2 balls in the side pockets. Obviously there's the 4 railers on the 2 and 3, but the way these rails are playing, I haven't seen that go too consistently. So what I'm really looking at is those second balls tracking towards the side pockets. That 5 ball was a hair from going in. So we'll be watching on the break. Good shot there from Steve. He immediate things I'm noticing from him. He's not afraid of distance. He's very comfortable on this 9 foot table. As far as his leaves are concerned, missed that one, but tells you he's confident enough in his ability. He doesn't mind. Whereas I have to get a little closer to the ball because I shoot like Helen Keller, but clearly both these guys are struggling a little bit early on out of the gate. I expect that to clean up. I think they'll go blow for blow here pretty quick. Start seeing some of John's best pool. I think, I don't think John will agree with this, but I think when I notice he, when he's playing his best, what I notice about him is he picks up his pace just a touch. He's a very deliberate player. He looks at all the angles. He looks at exactly where he needs to be on his next ball. But when he's playing his best pool, that sometimes it seems he gets a bit hesitant in a sense, like where he kind of gets over a ball and he looks at it for an extra 2 or 3 seconds, and it doesn't seem natural to kind of his intuitive ability to pocket balls. But when he's feeling good about himself, he can really picks it up just a touch. You see those balls fall a little bit more often, and it's cue ball falling in line. Haven't quite seen that yet. He's still a little hesitant over his stroke. I've always thought that's always been a theory of mine in pool. If you if you overanalyze, and not saying that John does this, but like to me, I find myself in slumps when I tend to overanalyze a little bit. Gosh, I'm trying to think of the term for it. There's a term for it, but it kind of deviates away from your natural subconscious ability to shoot. You've hit a million balls in your life. You know how to make that ball, but the second you sit there and look at the ball, let's say, what do they say? Like paralysis by analysis or whatever. I'm completely guilty of that in my life. Something along those lines. That's a great shot there. Good return kick save. Yeah, Steve's going to be looking to put some spin on this one. He's going to play some right, come into it. And that's the thing about these Brunswick tables. If he's used to playing on diamonds, that would absolutely hit the three. But these rails aren't near as receptive to that English. You could tell he took a little bit of pace off of it to let that English take, but just didn't get quite enough on that ball. The way he hit that, looks like the four is definitely accessible from that side. Kind of looks tight on camera, but I got a view of the table from a little bit higher. It looks like he's got enough room there. He's gonna try and draw out of there and shoot the five in the same pocket, I think. Oh, he was coming into it. He had the wrong angle. That was going into the five. And John's still looking to get a little bit more comfortable on the table. When he's playing well, that's a no-doubter for him. He'll tell you that himself. Tried to throw it in with a little bit of right, which tells me it was close. Right was bringing him into the 5 ball. This ball is cuttable for John if he wants to cut it. Doesn't look like it on camera, but there is daylight between the rail and the 4 ball there, so you can cut it. You're just letting the cue ball loose a little bit, so he doesn't like that. Don't mind the safe option here. I wonder if he leaked an edge. That was a really good shot, though, regardless. 10 held the cue ball. He was always going to leave the 4 ball on that bottom rail. That was a great kick shot there. Great return kick save. Every part of that was intentional. He was coming back. I can tell by the pace he played at that shot. He had to jack up, masse it, spin it, similar to a shot he had earlier. Not necessarily jacking up earlier, but he made the adjustment. Got a good full hit on the 4 and kicked it up table. Got coverage with a 9. And our first look at a John jump, at least since I've been here. He's calling the bank. I think I like this because you're going to create separation, but you need a good full hit on the 4 here. You don't want to rebound it twice, come back up and down table, give him an easy look on the 4. That was a really good effort there. He really wants us to stop on the rail. So if you guys are watching this on AZ Pool 15 on Facebook, we actually do like have a multi-stream thing. I know some people prefer that because their TVs have YouTube on them now. We are on YouTube, Donkey Pool Productions, if you want to stream it there. There's a platform we're trying to grow a little bit. Just got it started when Tim started streaming these events. I wonder what John's looking at here. Is he looking at 2 rails into this 4? Yeah, that's what he's just trying to see if there's enough room on that rail. Oh, looks like a great line. Oh, he missed it by a hair. Really good effort there from John, though. It's such a tough kick being jacked up. For all you Arizona peeps, if you've never been to Slate Street, it's a cool spot. They just upgraded the lights. I guess you can't see it on the stream, but forgive me, I don't know what they're called. They're the rectangular ones that they use at the Predator events. They might be a Predator light, I don't know, but I don't know if they outsource that or whatever, but really lit up the room. I was here for the last event that we had out here, and I'm not gonna say lighting was an issue, but this is definitely a major upgrade. It's much brighter. It's much easier to see the balls. It's much easier to see the edge of the balls. Balls don't cast near as much of a shadow anymore. So it's really cool what the owner's doing for the room down here. Obviously trying to take care of the players. Really good shot there. Kind of had to jack up on the rail a little bit. The cue ball being so close to the rail. Really good shot to keep that on line all the way down the rail on this 9-foot table. Yeah, he wanted to get a little bit more out of that, so he had a fuller look on the 9. After watching him make those last 2 shots, he should. Looks like Steve's really starting to get in stroke. Watch out, cue ball. Oh, he's laughing a little bit. A little bit of a friendly bounce there. Yeah, once this 10 ball drops, looks like Steve's going to take the lead 3-2. This is a race to 6. Good shot, good out there. It's about the best out that we've seen since the stream's been up. Tell Steve's definitely feeling more comfortable at this point. That's a big confidence booster when you hit 2 or 3 or 4 good shots in a row after kind of being nervous the last few racks, it seems like. My immediate takeaway right now is like both these players do play good when they're firing all cylinders. I've seen enough from Steve to make that assumption, and I've played with John for years. He's a great player, so I anticipate the winner of this one definitely be seeing him tomorrow. Maybe even making a deep run in this tournament. Big match for them both. It's a much bigger fight fighting from the backside, knowing you're one loss away from being sent home. Watching the 8 and 6 here, he's not breaking quite as center as John was. And he's trying a different approach on the break, clearly working out for him. I think that's 1 ball down. Looks like the 3 ball. Yeah, I expect some forms. Yeah. Is there a 2-way on the bank on the 1 in the corner? Yeah, I don't know if he called safe or called the corner over here. There might be a bit of a 2-way. You kind of bank it over here by this corner and use the 4, 5, 9, 6 coverage like he tried to do there. It's a good call there. John's had a little bit of a rough go at it. You got to give some credit to Steve. Seems like more often than not, when John comes to the table, he's kicking at a ball. He's made some pretty good efforts at. He's made some pretty good kicks, and he's missed a couple by a hair. Really kicking the ball well. Don't anticipate we're gonna see it. Well, I don't know. Oh, I guess you could see the whole thing. Double kiss came to save him a little bit though. 1 ball stayed right in the middle of the rail. Yeah, John's a little frustrated with that. Clearly not the intention. He's trying to bank the 1 up table. Maybe I don't know if maybe he was trying to use the 2 and come off the right side of the 1. I couldn't tell from my angle. I didn't even know he could see the 1. Yeah, it looked like Steve was trying to bank the 1 up and use the 9-6 there. Just really didn't catch it great. He rolled that ball really well. Connor Smith says those Santa Fe players are pretty good. Yeah, from what I've seen, no doubt. Yeah, This is a good first match. I really like that Tim put these guys on the stream first. I don't know if that was deliberate or just the way the bracket drew, but these are two of the strongest players on the field. Yeah, I think he got a little bit of a roll out of it. I don't know. I don't know that Steve can see an edge of this too. He's looking at it like he can, but I don't think he can. He's got to kick at this. Yeah, looks like he's got an edge. He's got an edge. He's going to try to put this cue ball behind the 10-8. That was a great shot there. I think he thought it was a bit of a two-way too because he was going to be behind the 8. I like to see that from John. A good confident stroke on that too. Judging by the way he's looking at this, it doesn't look like he had an immediate plan, but he said if I could see this 4 ball, I can either hook him or do something with it. Mr. Rustin, how you doing, brother? Good to hear from you. You still out in Austin? I think I saw something about that the other day. You guys are gonna have to excuse me. I'm still waking up a little bit. We'll get the gears going here in a minute. Haven't seen John be too aggressive early on in this match yet. It's not right or wrong and on any side, but these pockets are playing about. I do believe they're playing about 5 inches. So like these usually on a tight table, I would probably shy away from this shot, but on these 5 inch pockets, with that knowledge, I'd like to see John be a little bit more aggressive on this 4, take on this combo like he's calling right now. And the balls do lay good enough that he can get out if he can get back on this 4. He's a little thin, but he does slice the balls well. I half expect him to go for it. He should. Oh, you're playing a tournament out in Austin today, huh? Oh, really friendly bump, but does he still have a look? I think he does. He doesn't seem too frustrated. Otherwise, pool players are very animated. If you guys don't know, pool players are very animated. It's pretty easy to commentate most players because they wear their heart out on their sleeve. When they blow shape, you can kind of tell they start slouching or throw their arms up or cuss under their breath or whatever it may be, or all three if you're me. This will be a huge out for John if he can get here. It'll be a big confidence builder for him going into the next rack. They overran that one. Well, this isn't the easiest cut. It's definitely favored to make it, but being on the rail just adds a little bit more difficulty to the shot. Connor says pool plays with your mind if you let it. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Yeah. I don't know. It looked like he missed that by a pretty decent margin. I don't know that he missed it by the margin that it looked like. He really kind of jacked up on that ball to miss the 10 coming around. And in an effort to miss the 10 coming around, that jacking up so much on that rail, he jumped the cue ball. That kind of more often than not makes the 8 ball take a bit of a different angle than you anticipated. It's just like jumping balls. They come off a little bit funny when the cue ball's still jumping coming into the object ball. I think that's kind of what happened there. Mario, whoa, 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 get off the rail. He's down on it quick. He's feeling pretty good about himself. You can tell Steve's really falling into his own, and John's oh, oh, start. Sorry, all you Steve fans. That's what I do back here. I ruin careers. But no, you can kind of tell he's definitely feeling more comfortable, and John's really trying to get back in that rhythm that we all know he can play at. This is a big one for John here. This one will feel like stealing if this 10 ball drops. Overcut it, but I think he might get away with it. Yeah, the 10 ball's still cuttable. It's not easy, but and here's Steve. You can't be frustrated about this shot. You got to be happy to have it after what you just did with the 10 ball. Any look's a good look when you're not supposed to get back to the table. I see too many players get frustrated when the other when their opponent was supposed to. Oh, yeah, tried to cut it, missed the whole ball. Well, this one should be very doable to tie this thing up 3-3. Kind of like that shot from John there. He put a little bit more on that cue ball just to ensure that he put a confident stroke on it. A lot of players roll that ball, allow the table to roll off, or some people don't know, but like really rolling balls slowly. Some people are like, oh, I just want to give the pocket the best chance to be receptive to the ball. But when you kind of deviate from your natural stroke, and your natural stroke is somewhere between soft and hard, obviously, but when you deviate from that and you really roll a ball slowly or you hit a ball really hard, you lose a lot of that accuracy. So I like to see it. I'd almost I almost prefer to see a little bit more pace on that ball from John, but I do like that he didn't just roll it 2 miles per hour and let something funny happen. Oh, there we go, tying up 3-3. It's funny, I can actually see his phone right in front of the laptop, and so when he hits plus, it actually updates like 7 seconds faster on his phone. So I wish I knew how to break safe like that. It's funny, you guys can't see it. I can kind of see John's wife definitely watching, intently watching. She's got her hands up to her mouth. She's like, I don't know who's more nervous, John or her. You can kind of tell she's definitely excited. That's one of my favorite parts about commentating is watching like whenever they bring their girlfriends or families or anything, especially when they make it deep in tournaments. You know, you see families, girlfriends, wives, kids. They're almost 100% more nervous than the player at the table. Interesting kick. I mean, not interesting kick. Interesting push there from him. I think he tried to push because he thought there was a gap there that you could kind of see an edge and play safe, and then he really left it in the best spot possible if there was a gap. But when he really started looking at it after that, there was no gap there. I think that unless his intention was to leave a kick shot the whole time, which I think is pretty risky. Used to do your footwork. I learned that from old John Smith when I was playing him. I was playing If you don't know, you New Mexico players, there's a 740 caliber player out in Arizona. I was playing with him one time. He probably doesn't remember it, but I was playing with him one time, and it was Hill, and I had a similar situation. I was running out, and I swore there was a gap between these two balls, and I'm just so excited because I was gonna beat him. I'm down to my final four balls. I shoot the seven, and then the eight was between the 9-10, and I just stopped the seven, and I went to go shoot the eight, and there was no gap between the 9-10. Like there wasn't enough. I'm like, oh my God. Ended up losing. He came over. He's like, you gotta do your footwork, kid. Ever since then, whenever I get down and I'm not 100% sure, costs nothing to take those extra steps. I'm not saying that was his case. Maybe that was his intention to kick that ball up table the whole time, but definitely something to consider. Connor says, I'm nervous just watching my dad. Yeah, your dad looks pretty good out there. He looks very comfortable being on the stream and stroking the ball well for his first match. I never expect players' best out of their first match. You always see him a little shaky, or you always see him kind of push the balls around a little bit until they get comfortable. Yeah, stretch got him there. It's kind of an unnatural stroke, so I'm curious to see what John's plan is for the six ball. Is he thinking, okay, I'm gonna go 3, 4, 5, 6, 10? Or is he gonna try to draw this cue ball off the five, depending on the angle? Is he gonna draw this cue ball off the five and maybe shoot the six on the side? And the six, I mean, the side pockets do. The camera doesn't do it justice. It sounds dumb when I say it out loud, but the camera doesn't do it justice. These side pockets play pretty big here, so the six is much further off the rail than it looks like on camera. And inside English got him a little bit there. Really trying to. John's trying to give me sign language over there. Oh, how about this first shot? Beautiful shot from Steve. Actually, really unfortunate to get on the rail instead of maybe bounce out a little bit more or stop before it. Shot the gap between the 5-7. Now he's got to look. I feel very uncomfortable shooting this 6-10. I wonder if John just tries to run into it and develop the six. I don't mind that at all. Yeah, something like that. It is cuttable on the side. He could bank it. Depends how he's feeling. I know John plays on a lot of diamond tables. These tables definitely bank a little bit wider than the diamond tables that he's used to. So let's take that into account when he shoots this bank. He knows that, but it's just adjusting to how much. Yeah, pretty wide there. Good news for John is Steve's really jacked up here. This is a really difficult shot, and he can't really play English to hold the cue ball for the seven. Oh, he's gonna get a. Is he gonna get away with it? John's taking a look to see if there's a gap there. Yeah, he's got to hop it. If he does have to jump it, I imagine it's just a little bit of a baby jump. Doesn't have to get this cue ball very high. I think he's only got to hop over the edge of the nine. Much more accurate jump when you only have to hop over a little bit. He's really jacking up on it. He must have to jump over more of the nine than I thought. That was a great attempt there. Fortunately, the balls look really good for Steve here. if you're pulling for John. Yeah, not where you wanted the cue ball there. Much prefer that be off the rail. He tried to cheat the pocket, kind of pound it, punch it off the rail a little bit. Didn't get there, but he's got work. He's gonna have to earn this one. Well, Jones got two options. He's got a relatively, I don't want to say routine because there's a lot of distance there, but there's a safe there behind the 10. He can bank the 9 up, put the cue ball behind the 10, or if he's feeling really good about himself, he'll slice this 9 in. Doesn't matter where the cue ball goes if it doesn't find a pocket. These pockets are playing big enough. I might, I don't know. The safe is staring you right in the eyes too. He's looking at, that's what he's thinking about right now. He's like, do I put this behind the 10? Do I slice this 9 in right now? It's the devil and the angel on each shoulder. Because you know it's risky. It's a sellout shot. Well, may or may not be, but you know it's risky if you slice it and miss it. But there's a few good things that can happen even if you don't lock him up on this 10. That is just absolutely beautiful shot from John there. You can't hit that ball better than he just hit that. Safety stick. Yeah, this is just a beautiful save from John. He's really drawing this, yeah. He was trying to shorten it up with the draw, you could tell there. I don't know that the shot called for drawing it. He cleared the 10 ball by a pretty decent margin there. I don't think you needed to draw it there. But that's what he felt comfortable with. Good out there. John says should have went for it. I know you would, John. That's what you do. For those that don't know, we got John Sanchez in the chat. He's a gunslinger. Says, what's the race? The race is 2-6, like Shane said. Thank you, Shane. And it says right by their name what they're going to. This is a handicap event, like I said a little bit earlier, but I know viewer count's going up just a little bit. So for those that don't know, this is a handicap tournament. Every 40 points yields a one-game spot. Min-max race 3-6. So you can't get a bigger spot than a 6-3 race. What kind of emoji is that, John? Oh my gosh. I guess while we have a minute, I want to take a second to thank some of our sponsors. They help make this event possible. You can see some of them. You can see some of them on the screen. Southwest Billiards, Qualtech. That is John Sanchez, who is in the chat. You have Paradise Patio. You can see Mike Gwynn in the background. You have Avalon. I believe that's Gil. Hydro's Glass and Digital Pool. We want to thank all of them for supporting this event. Obviously making it possible. And like Tim says, he words it the best. Like Tim says, you know, as pool players, let's support them like they support us. Throwing a little extra cash into the tournament, allowing all the behind the scenes action to take place, allows for the streaming and upgrades and all that good stuff. So I want to thank all of them. And once again, thank you, Slate Street Billiards, for hosting this event. This is super cool. I got to meet, I believe it's the owner, guys in charge, whatever they are. Super nice people, and they love having us out here. We're actually coming back in August, so really appreciate the opportunity. And it's a great event. I got talking to a few of the people around here, a few of the players. Seems like the go-to out here. Sorry, I had to step away for a second. Put the headset on, and everybody wants to come say hi. It's a good thing. I want to get a little bit more out of that ball. Yeah, it's kind of funny. If yeah, you guys obviously can't see my setup, but we put like this plexiglass window up. Oh, that was a great shot there. Good look on the six, but we put this plexiglass window up, and we got a laptop, and we got all kinds of soundboards and microphones and all that good stuff. And then it's so funny. It never fails. Once every event we have, I get like one or two guys that come up to me and try to hand me money and be like, "Hey, can you play this song?" I'm like, shut up and get out of here, bro. James Kelly, why don't they advertise local businesses? Well, Donkey Pool Productions kind of originates out in Phoenix, and the sponsors are more localized out there. If you or you know someone that does want to support the event, be more than happy to put your banner and flyer and all that good stuff out there. But most of what we do is out in Phoenix. Yeah, that was great out there from Steve, putting the pressure on. We got a blow for blow contest here. We got two guys just going at it. They're starting to look much more comfortable out there. Good out there from Steve. And I was talking a little bit, but I don't want to discount what he did. He had a few good shots to, especially that cut on the 10 on the side. Not easy from that angle, but had a few good shots to put himself right back in this thing. Difference between 5-3 and 4-4 is huge in these short races. Yeah, can't help but think this thing's gonna go hill hill. Steve's breaking from a bit of a Bit more of an untraditional spot, but he's had a lot of success from there. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Obviously, nothing doing there, but he has been making a few balls on the break, at least from what I've seen. I don't think he hit that one quite as square as he intended. John's really trying to figure out a safe here. This is not a easy shot to cut if you want to cut it. Yeah, didn't have the intention of hitting the two there. I think he was maybe trying to use the 8-10 and sliding over there. One to the rail and using the 8-10 maybe. Couldn't tell if there was room for that or not. Watch that 10 ball. The 10 ball is close to the side pocket. Ah, he might have got away with it. That looks awfully close to the 8. I think John's very happy that the 10 dropped. He really didn't want that one to rattle and give Steve the easy out. 5 ball's in a really tough spot, though. If I'm Steve, I'm planning what I'm going to try and do with this 5 right now. Gotta make the 3 first. Oh, don't do it to him. Watch out, 9 ball. Looks like it cleared. All right, John, what is your plan for the 5? We're about to find out right now. There's always a safe there if you want. Mm. He's kind of got the wrong angle to draw this because his cue ball's going away from the 5. That's what he's doing, though, unless he's lining up for the bank. I don't know. I don't know if he was kind of playing shape for a safe or if he can get or if he could get the cue ball or if he could hit the 5 without really catching the point of that pocket if there was enough rail there. Looking at the camera, it does look like it. Looking at the table, it doesn't, so it's tough. Still going to be a problem. Pretty productive shot there. He played safe and developed well. There might be a window seat here for John. I'm looking right down the barrel of this thing. There might be a tiny window for him. Good effort, though. He did develop the 5 and tried to play safe on the 4. Just a bit unfortunate finding the only gap between the 7-10. Oh, that's brutal. bridge. There's actually a bridge on the table right next to me. I was trying to tell him right now that found one out of nowhere. Difficult shot. I don't know what an ideal outcome is here for John. Is he gonna hit it soft enough to where it may tie up with a nine? I think that's a risky shot. I can't tell if it went rail, ball, rail, or if it went rail first. I think he said ball in hand. Those ones are kind of tricky. Sometimes when you watch those in slow-mo, they'll catch the rail like a millisecond before it catches the ball, and then it'll hit the ball, and then it'll hit the rail again. It's one of those ones that's really tough to not call on yourself because it's not definitive. It's just good sportsman that John Driver is. Good looking out here. It's just that nine ball for Steve. Shouldn't give him too many problems as long as he has an angle on this eight. Oh, gotta make the seven, Steve. So hard. John Driver's sitting like right next to me, so I'm trying to be quiet enough to where he can't hear me, but I just feel like everything I say he can hear. And I know for a fact that more often than not they can't, but being 4 feet away is nerve-wracking. Ah, how friendly was it? Yeah, that eight is definitely available for the side pocket. It looks much more difficult on camera than it really is. You can slice this relatively easily. The hard part is the speed control for the nine. I'm so dumb, I might even try to come into the nine here. I hate shooting the shot. I don't cue straight enough. Big shot for John here. He's going to try and follow it and shoot the 10 in the side. Got to walk this dog all the way across this 9 foot table. I'd like to see a good confidence stroke here from John to put himself on the hill. Yeah, great stroke there. No hesitation. Looked good over the ball. Kind of walked it in. Starting to feel it a little bit more. Mr. Tyler Hill, how you doing, bro? Good to hear from you, man. Could have used you earlier, man. We had all kinds of Wi-Fi situation up here, and then well, they just resetted the router and ended up being okay. But man, I was in a panic. I am not tech savvy at all. I just learned how to turn my laptop off the other day. You know what, dude? It says call me anytime. You're gonna regret that you said that. I'm gonna call you all the time. I'm gonna be like those old people with customer service and tech support. How do I close this window? You're gonna regret you said that. All right, John, a break. Going with more of a center break here. This is what we're looking for. We're looking at the 7 and the 4 in the second row tracking towards the sides. He's done a pretty good job, just hasn't had a lot of success. Let's see if he makes adjustments. 4 tracking, 4 down. Great break there. Lost his cue ball a little bit. You can kind of tell he's drawing that cue ball a little bit. There's nothing wrong with it if you're not getting in trouble, but he's definitely lost that cue ball a little bit. Much rather it be a bit more in the center of the table to ensure a better look on the one. Didn't see him call anything. Imagine he's going safe here. Like that shot a lot, and speed control looks great. Maybe? No, looks like he left it. Maybe, maybe not. I can't tell. Steve went straight to the playing cue, so it tells me he can see at least most of this one. John Sanchez. When in doubt, restart. Computers and pool. I wish I could restart. Tricky little shot here for John. Not the one ball, but the one's off the rail enough he can cheat it. He can cheat it and kind of come out for the two, but he's got to leave himself an angle for the two. The hard part here is you don't want to hit it short enough where that seven impedes your path, but you don't want to hit it too hard to where you have a really difficult cut on the two. You'd much prefer going further though, just to ensure a look on the two in the back of your mind. The back of your mind, basically what I'm saying, in the back of your mind, you're saying, do not go short. That's the only way I can get myself in a lot of trouble here. The balls don't lay terrible. The seven's kind of in a tricky spot, but the five obviously goes where the one is. Three passes the nine. Everything's out in the open. It's just getting on this two, I think, is the most important part of this rack. I'm not quite sure what John's intention was there. He's talking to himself a little bit. He's laughing. It tells me maybe he tried. I don't know. That's a head scratcher, to be honest with you. I'd have to ask him. He really mishit that one there. Definitely didn't try to go that far. I mean, it almost leads me to believe he was playing for a bank, unless he really just mishit it that bad. Very possible. Adrenaline's pumping. He is on the hill. It is the stream. He has high expectations coming into this tournament. He told me he watched the last one on stream out here, and he was like, "Man, those pockets play big. There's no way I can miss the opportunity to play in another one of these tournaments." He's like, I feel pretty good about my odds. However, if you're not used to the table, these Brunswicks play a little bit different. He does play on a lot of diamonds. These Brunswicks play a little bit different than what most players, especially specifically in Arizona. We got a lot of diamond tables out there. Plays a little different than what you're used to. I wonder if that seven goes on the side. There is a gap between the rail and the seven, so it is possible that it goes on the side. If it does, Steve's got a great opportunity to put himself on the hill. If not, he can still shoot it down the rail. That's just fine. But you'd much rather take the easier shot. See, that right there tells me it goes on the side. Doesn't look like it on the camera, does it? Yeah, man, that went in like it had eyes. Plenty of room. What do I know? I think Steve would have preferred a fuller look or be on the other side of the eight here, but should be all right. Didn't have to flirt with the 10. Thought the 10 played a bigger ball from there. Good shot. He's got a little angle. Not as much as he'd like. Obviously, you can tell from his body language. He's kind of step up, reset. Say, why did I get so straight on this ball? All right, good stroke there. Good shot. Not fist bump there to say hill, good luck. None of them mean it. I'm just kidding. Oh, it's been a grind for both of them. Both struggled early on, started to pick it up as the set unfolded a little bit. Now I think you're getting some of the better side of these guys playing. Pretty good break there. The 2 ball down. Got a look on the 1. Let's see how aggressive Steve is feeling. This ball is cuttable, but there's other options on the table. Let's see what he goes with. I went with the slice on the 1, just overcut it a hair. Tough ball to overcut. You know, in your I'm saying your peripheral vision, it's right in your vision, but when you're looking at that 1, that 9 ball's right there, and subconsciously, most players undercut that and kind of in an attempt to avoid that 9, I guess. I don't see that ball overcut too much. Good attempt there, though. Oh, he caught that too thin. You can tell the cue ball only reacted like that because he caught a little bit of the rail first there. You kind of got to pinch it a little bit more, catch ball first there to get your cue ball to come around. He went rail first just a touch, flattened out the cue ball and brought the 8 ball into play. It obviously works, but I think he wanted a little bit more out of that cue ball. Yeah, looks like John might have got away with this one. I think it's almost a bit of a two-way all the way. He knew his cue ball was going to be in line with the 9 in the pocket, playing at that pace. So I think every bit of that was intentional, just in case he did miss it. All right, ball in hand. Now forgive me, I didn't hear every part of the player's meeting. If there is a 3 foul, I wouldn't mind John going for the 3 foul here, just the way that the 6 sits, and and the fact that you got almost a high percentage chance of getting ball in hand if you really lock him up on the 5 and put that 3 ball up by that 4-10 or by the 6-7 or somewhere in there. Really just not super comfortable with where that 6 lays. Of course, there might not be one. I know Tim's taken it out of a few events, so don't quote me on that, but I'll have to double check and get back with you guys. And John's looking at where he needs to be on the 6. But imagine, I think there's enough room between the rail and the pocket to fit a cue ball. So he missed one of these shots earlier, playing on a ton of insides. Let's see if he made the adjustment. Sure did. Got nice and full on the 6. Incredible shot there from John. Really good. That's much better than it looks. Speed control, spin control, pocketing that ball. He's got a good look, especially if he has a little bit of an angle on the 6 to maybe pop out a little bit for the 7. If not, you'll see him draw back and shoot the 7 in the same corner. But if he's got an angle to pop out, he's in a pretty good spot. That's a great shot, great stroke from John. You don't see any. So I know when John's playing better, you don't see that. Sometimes he gets kind of a tentative hesitation in his backstroke in the transition. So like from backstroke to forestroke, sometimes he gets a little bit of a hesitation, like an unnatural hesitation. You're seeing a much more confident transition here. He's looking good, all things considered. 5-5 strain. See if he can clean it up. Ball's like very good for this. Very natural to get on the 9 from here. Go forward 2 rails. Oh, great shot there. Perfect angle. Pop this in, pop it off the rail a little bit. Should have an easy look at a 10. Only person that can beat John from here is John. It's all between the ears. Great confidence stroke there from John. He's obviously got a little bit of a cut. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. Very natural shot in 10 ball. These guys have played 10 ball their most, if not all their lives, I'm sure. This shot comes up a lot. 10 ball kind of in the racking area, cutting it in the corner. He said this shot a million times. It's just the situation. That's only reason why you have a little bit of hesitation here. Don't bring that side pocket into play either. I like throwing a little bit of right on this, making sure it misses the side on the way back. He didn't even give it the opportunity to go that far. Good out. Congratulations, John. Moving on. Steve, you played well. John, moving on. I like what I saw from Steve. I think you're going to see a lot of him. I think he's going to make a run in this tournament. He looks good out there. He maybe got comfortable a little bit too late in that rack in that set. But it's a great player. Congratulations. I think we're going to take a couple minute break and we'll be right back. The names will update on the bottom here shortly and I'll see you guys soon. All right, we are back. We got, okay, forgive me if I don't say this correctly. You can correct me in the comments if you're watching, and but I'm going to say Gino playing Joe. There is at least a 40-point difference. Remember, this is a handicap tournament. There's at least a 40-point difference. So that being said, this is going to be a 6-5 race. Gino going to 6, Joe going to 5. I hear certain players. Sometimes I hear some players say, "Oh, I don't have a chance against all those 540s and 550s and 560s and all this." But we've had multiple 400 level players win these events with the handicaps. It just comes down to playing within your speed. You absolutely have an opportunity in these tournaments. Tim runs a very fair tournament. That's why he gets a good turnout for a lot of them. It's absolutely worth coming out and testing your hand. Oh, that's a great try on that jump shot. Great bank shot. Good look at the 2 as well. Good speed control on that one, but what are you going to do with the 3 after that? I'd almost say the 3 isn't, I mean, the 2 isn't worth taking on just because you're not going to have a great look on the 3. I think this cue ball really wants to come into the 10. Very tough to avoid that. It's got a little bit more angle than it looks like on the table, so this cue ball wants to hit the rail and then the 10 naturally. He tried to hold it with some inside. I think the only reason he was able to avoid the 10 there was because he hit it full and the cue ball took a flatter plane. I think it was very natural to come into it though, which would have got him in a little bit of trouble. Just trying to figure out. It's an offset combo. It's a long offset combo. It's a low percentage combo. The pockets play big enough. You see a lot more attempts at combos on these tables, just the way that these pockets are playing today, specifically on this table. Like I said, there's a table up front that plays really tight. These pockets back here, much more forgiving. You're gonna see a lot more attempts at a combo. You obviously try to cross that ball and play safe. But I wouldn't even have that conversation if I wouldn't even be talking about a combo if it wasn't on this table. What does he have to do? Go real? Actually, I almost thought he had to go real first, skim the 3, and then maybe play safe somehow that way, but that was a pretty tough spot to be in. Didn't quite have enough time to look at that one. Like what he's doing, he's looking at all his options. It's obviously cuttable, it's obviously bankable. Choosing to be aggressive. Gosh, I feel like we've seen more bank attempts on this first rack than we saw in the whole last rack. Just the way that these balls lay. I mean, the whole last set, I mean. But, wow, great shot there. Able to hold his cue ball for the 4. Five's easy on the side. I like a little bottom left. Get this back out to the center of the table. Yeah, it's a little thinner on the five than you'd like to be. This cue ball's going away from the six. You'd much rather have a full look on the five so you could either stop it or kind of roll it. So you may be able to roll this. You know what? He could play it off the nine, I think. If the nine's not too deep, you can play it off the nine and hold your cue ball there. He was able to hold it with the slow rolling ball. That's a touchy shot. Now that I look at it, the nine must be too deep because now that I look at it, it would have been much more advantageous to move that nine off of that shot, stop your cue ball, take the angle on the six, draw back for the seven, and now your nine is free. Nine is definitely in a tough spot on this 9 foot table. On a bar box, you don't worry about it too much. Shooting across, you know, shooting across 7 feet of table is much different than shooting on a 9 footer. But you gotta stroke that ball well, even on these big pockets. That's what I mean. Coming down to this situation here, I'd much rather that nine be off the rail. Now I think about it, I think that nine's too far off. I don't think he had the option to move it. Love the attempt if he's coming into it here. If he bumps this nine, that is absolutely beautiful shot there. You can't hit that ball better than that. Very risky shot. There was a big scratch chance. There was an opportunity to scratch there if you don't hit that nine exactly like he did there. If his intention was to get that nine off the rail, that was an absolutely unbelievable shot. Oh, oh, what do they call that? The shot after the shot. The great shot, followed by the dog. We've all been there. It's the reason I've been through a few pool cues in the last few years. Shots like that. First game going to Gino. Now I know who's who. I had to keep saying he and he. First game going to Gino, so Joe missing the relatively straightforward 10 ball there. I can't help but wonder if, the stream or the nerves or maybe all of it came into play on that shot. Can't forget the idea though. It happens to a lot of people. You can't take away the idea that whenever you hit a good shot like he did, where he came around and he bumped that nine, your adrenaline's pumping. You just hit a good shot. You just hit a game-winning shot on a rack that maybe you weren't favored to get out of. It almost pays to take that extra walk around the table, maybe chalk your cue an extra time or two, get that heart rate down a little bit. Don't allow that to happen. Joe's favorite to make that shot, obviously. He knows that. 3 does pass the 10 the other way if he chooses to go that route. Yeah, see, he was trying to, I think he was trying to hold his ball on that side of it. Does pass the 10, so that is an option, but problem is, how do you get on the 6? Oh, I think he called the 10. Oh no, don't do it to him. Oh my. Oh, if that went in, I would have walked home to Arizona. The good old combo four railer. Everybody knows that shot. Yeah, that's the second time for Gino on a pretty much the same cut. I don't know if he's just a bit nervous or he's been struggling on that shot a little bit. Obviously a 546. Yeah, no, decent attempt there, but quite a bit wide. Guess Gino got away with that last shot. Good speed control there. Yeah, he went a little long, but drawing that ball all the way up the rail from there. Not in the worst spot ever. It definitely does go on the side. He's got two options here. He can, if you're feeling really good, come up and down table. I feel more comfortable with that shot. If not, you just roll the 6 in. Well, I don't know. That 9 ball might get in the way. He's cutting this more than I thought, so he might be forced to roll it. Yeah, that 9 definitely was getting in the way. He, he's missed a few of those relatively straightforward cut shots so far. I think you gotta chalk that off the nerves at this point. It's a guessing game for me early on, but I think it's definitely it's either being out of stroke or a little nervous. Probably some of both. We've all been there. No, that one's gonna hurt. Yeah, this would be a good one for Gino. I know. You can tell by the way he plays, he's definitely a good player. I can tell by the way he plays that this should be a relatively routine out for him here. These balls lay well for it. Looks like he's opting to take the 8 all the way up. Sometimes I get myself in trouble and try and get above this 8, but he's keeping it simple. He's just going to stop it, shoot the 8 all the way up. These pockets play big enough. It's not too big of a concern for him. I just, so early on, and when I'm nervous, I really like to take the closer pocket until I'm really feeling comfortable. Clearly, he feels good about it. Ah, I was about to say, just judging by the few shots that he has missed, that you knew he was favored to make, you would almost think that he would try to get above that 8 and shoot to a closer pocket versus shooting across the 9-foot table when that back arm is a little shaky and nervous. A good stroke there. Joe not looking to miss this 10 ball. Can hit it a few different ways. This pocket's very receptive to this ball from here. You can hit the rail first a little. You can play to the outside of the pocket. Almost plays like a 6-inch pocket from there. I know that sounds crazy, but definitely a few different ways to hit that ball. Good shot. Good out. Looks like Gino gave it right back to him. Ball in hand, one ball, and then missed the easy one coming straight back up. Expect him to polish it up as we go through this. Just like we saw a little bit last set, Joe and Steve, a little nervous early on, missing some uncharacteristic shots. Remember, this is a 6-5 race. Joe only going to 5, so Gino erased that one game spot in the first game, and now we're back to where we started. I know whenever I'm spotting people, I really like to erase that spot as early as possible in the set. You know, if it's a 1 or 2 game spot, I want to win, 2 out of the first 3 or something along those lines. Obviously, want to win every single game, but let's be real, I suck. But no, you erase that spot. It's just it really frees up that backhand, allows you to do what you're comfortable with. Not playing as tight and allows you to put that pedal down. Okay. Looks like he's calling the 10 here. He's gonna draw off this 2, run into the 10. If the 2 misses the 8, it's a bit of a two-way shot as well. And the 2 is going right into the 8. It was a bit of a dangerous shot if he had missed it. Because if he had like rattled it up and it hung right in front of the 3 and the 2 was available, it would have been an easy 2-3-10 for Joe there. That's I'm not saying it was a risky shot. I like the effort, but I think it pays to pay a little bit more attention to where the 2 ball's going off of that shot. Just to ensure you don't sell out just in case you miss it. Oh, 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 unrewarded. Really good kick shot there. Hit it pretty full and just followed it right in the corner pocket. Good kick shot from Gino. But for those that are watching, please correct me if it's not Gino. Is anybody? I don't know. No, looked like Joe was trying to shoot a 3-ball combo, which is obviously extremely difficult. Looked like he was trying to shoot a 3-ball combo. He was trying to shoot the 2-10-3. And then I think what he had in mind, I think the reason he took that shot, I think what he had in mind was leaving the 2-10 afterwards. It's just a very difficult combo from that distance. There's a lot that can go wrong. You can shoot the 2-10 and then the 3 gets out of the way and then you leave the 2-10. All kinds of funny stuff. Almost like maybe going on a little bit of a deeper run there, making the 2. 3 was available. He's walking like he called that 3. That's one way to do it. Shot. Leave this 3 passes the 8. I think we can see him take this on. No, we banked it. Use the 10. Great safe there. Just looking at all his options here. Gotta take the same path that the 3 took to get there. It's interesting to see. I've been commentating a little bit Probably commentated hard matches now, maybe more, maybe a lot more. I have no idea, but it's interesting to see. It seems like everybody's got a system. Everybody's learned some sort of kicking system. Yeah, he's just doing the parallel shift system here on the two rail kick. He's trying to use the second rail here. Yeah, that's what it looked like. He was going for the second rail. That's why he shifted over. But I've seen some interesting methods. There was one guy specifically. I don't remember exactly who it was. There was one guy specifically. I had no clue what he was doing, but he was hitting everything. I almost wanted it. And if you guys don't know, about a 630 Fargo, and he was like 450, and he was just kicking and hitting everything. And I almost went up to him and like, dude, I need some kicking lessons, bro, because clearly you got something going on that nobody knows about. It's probably some engineer or who knows. But he was like doing all this pointing like away from the table, and I know a majority of the systems, but nothing like correlated to anything that I knew. Hmm. He's squinting to see it. Can he see this for? He's squinting to see how much of this for he can see if he can see it. Yeah, he's going right at it. He called that corner over there. Oh, it was on the three. Looked like a five with a blur. I'm not looking at the screen. What was that? Was that a three? Man, I must have missed it. I guess that was a three foul. I don't know. John Sanchez says jump cues take away the art of kicking. You know what? Every old school player I've talked to says the same thing, man. And I agree. However, I like my jump cue because I play shape so bad. I don't want to have to think about kicking. Got that caveman complex. That must have been. Is that three foul? I must have missed that entirely. I have to go back and watch it. All right, I just confirmed with the player. Yeah, that definitely was a three foul. I told him he was on two. Sorry, I missed it. There's a lot going on, but really good effort at that to miss it by a millimeter. Well, no, not that one, but the one before that one. He kicked two rails at the three and missed it by a millimeter, by a hair. Looks like we're still on the one ball. Well, at least they're shooting at a different pocket this time. That corner obviously didn't want any part of it. Just slice on the side. If you feel good about it, cut this thing backwards on the side pocket here. It's a little easier than it looks on camera. See, the camera's really deceiving sometimes. That ball looked like when I was looking at the camera and looking at the table looked made it look easy, but looking at the camera, that ball looked like it was backwards. But he really didn't have to cut it that much as I was kind of going back and forth with it. Yeah, Gino's really struggling to make balls consistently right now, which being a 546, I can tell you definitely He's definitely a good player. Definitely favored to miss a lot of these shots that he's missed. I mean, to make a lot of these shots that he's missed. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's kind of getting animated, like he's jumped up on the shot a bit. I think he can only see the right edge of this five. I don't think well, I don't know that he can see it full. He may be forced to skim the right edge of this ball. He's looking at it like, yeah, he could see the right third. He was, the shot was all about creating distance there. He had to jack up a little bit to pop it to miss the side pocket. Really, really actually a pretty productive shot, all things considered. That five ball easily could have ran 3 inches further one way or the other and made it more accessible for Joe. But as of right now, Gino getting rid of that one game spot. Up 2-1. So straight race to 4 from here. Wow, that was a great shot there. And he will be absolutely unrewarded. Oh, he was calling a different pocket. Yeah, it's gonna be an option. I don't, if I'm Gino, I don't even get out of my chair. I just point. It's worth a look. I'm being sarcastic. You absolutely should give it a look to see if there's something there, but you know, my fair share of times I don't even budge. 2 times? Oh, he almost hit it. Oh, we've all been there where you can absolutely lock your opponent up and like kick at a ball and miss it, and then it comes around 2 rails and then nips it and then hides behind another ball, and you're like, what did I do to deserve this, man? Go to church, file my taxes. I do everything right. Great stroke there. That's about the stroke I expect from Gino being a 546. You talked a little bit about transition earlier. Transition looked great there. Look, looking much more confident here. I think he's a been on the wrong side of this nine. Should be fine. Oh, he tried to force it to the rail and back, and he's gonna have a tough cut on this 10. I don't like banking this ball. I like cutting this as big as these pockets are playing. You gotta cut this. You can hit it. It's pretty forgiving as long as you slice it with some pace. It's pretty forgiving this way. You can hit the rail first, unlike some diamonds. A good shot. That's gonna put Gino up 3-1. Yeah, that was a good out. Those were some of the better strokes we've seen from Gino this whole time. This whole set, really. Looking a bit more comfortable. Pretty common, pretty pretty common scratch and 10 ball there, coming across the one. Like if you break from the right side a little bit, especially for me, but come across the rack a little bit instead of hitting it square. That cue ball likes to track towards that side pocket and 10 ball a lot. Let's see if Joe can get something going here. We really haven't seen. I don't think. I don't think we've seen a break and run or any run outs from a scratch just yet. Let's see if Joe can put something together, put some pressure on Gino. Gino's starting to warm up a little bit, and I think Joe's gotta put some pressure on him. You know, it's much easier for your opponent to kind of free stroke a little bit, get that loose back arm, that gets them comfortable when you don't really give them a good reason to be scared. Joe's gotta tighten this one up a little bit. Seen a lot of that from Gino, just missing it by a hair. A lot of rattle balls so far. Joe, I'm saying I don't want to be straight on this four. A little angle is good too, but you definitely don't want to be straight on this four. If you do choose to go forward two rails, you want to pop off it a little bit. You do not want to be straight like that. You might be able to get away with it, but man, it's just working so much harder for your money. If you can go forward a little bit more, obviously pop that quite a bit, so it might have been straighter than I thought. But I'm putting a lot of emphasis. Wow, he had a little bit of angle to go forward with it. Kind of the same result as if he was straight. He's got to cut. He's got to work. You gotta put some emphasis on getting yourself on the good side of balls, especially when they're somewhat straightforward and close to a pocket. Yeah, much easier look for Gino here. Seven's pretty far down the rail. I kind of half expect Gino to take this one all the way down. See if he can get above. On a big bounce. I don't know that the 8 passes the 9 over there. He took a look at it. If it does, you'll see him kind of just roll forward over there to that side rail. But if not, he's got to work this cue ball a bit. You'll be able to tell by the stroke if the 8 passes the 9 or not. Yeah, sure does. Yeah, pretty good stroke there. Just went a little long. Good news is the nine's close enough to a pocket, so if you are shooting at this eight, you put all your emphasis in just making it anywhere up table. You'd obviously like a good look on the nine, but anywhere up table, you're obviously favored to make the nine. Half of this is waiting for John Driver to shoot on the table next to him, and the other half is, why did I put myself in this position, and what do I do to get myself out of it? Unless he was playing for the side, I believe that looks like yeah, the eight definitely passes the nine from here. I can't tell. He's calling the bank shot. He's gonna call it, and he's gonna pop this cue ball off the bottom rail over there. I'm playing a bit of a two-way, I guess a bit of a two-way shot. Don't mind it, but man, that nine ball can get a little squirrely on you pretty quick. Not a lot of room back there. Now he's gotta take a cut on this nine. Cue ball headed in a weird direction. You kind of shoot it off the side rail and back out, but there's a few different ways you can go about this. I can't tell how much angle he has. Could draw into the 10 if you wanted. He's going to the other corner trying to hold it. Difficult shot that way. It's just a bit more unnatural of a shot, and a shot that players just don't practice near as much as shoot kind of back cutting that ball down into the other corner. Don't see a lot of success going that way. But he felt he needed to hold the cue ball over here shooting at that pocket, so oh, that's a great shot from Joe. That could be a huge confidence builder for him. Great straight, long 9-foot draw back to the rail. Great look at the 10. That's what you got to do to Gino. Got to put that pressure on him. Strokes like that. Tell him you're here. Tell him I came to play. I can run 4, 5, 6, 7 balls in a row. Don't leave me open. I'll tense up that back arm. Hey, people, there's an age-old saying. They say play the table, not the player. Yes and no to me. I mean, I think pool is so much more psychological than people give it credit for. I mean, you have to do things to your opponent, not in a sharking way, but you have to do things to your opponent to make them uncomfortable on the table. In a sense, you got to show them. I don't know. I was about to go on a long, exaggerated rant. I'm gonna sustain from doing that. But basically, man, you got to show them you're a dog out there. You want to win way more than they do. You got to show them that you can run balls. You can show them, show them that you're a little fired up. I'm not saying it's an intimidation thing, but I'm not going to name any names, but how often do you guys play League? And then your high rated player just dogs a shot, and then some lower rated player comes to the table and just misses the easiest shot you've ever seen in your entire life. And you're like, how did that happen? And it was just like, it was all the events leading up to that. It was the intimidation of, oh, I'm going to beat the higher rated player. Or this guy's been playing good, and I got all this adrenaline in me that I'm going to beat this guy. Gino's obviously struggled. He's going for the 10 here. Gino's obviously struggled early on, but I can tell he's got a bit of a stroke on him. Definitely plays well. Being the lower rated player by 45 points. Sorry, Tim was doing Tim things. All right, my rant's over. It's controversial. It's probably wrong. Oh, got stuck behind the 5. That's a very tough jump shot. And I don't even know that he can jump it. I think it's too much of a stretch, even if he could. And even if he could jump it, that five is extremely close to the cue ball. So I'd say with the stretch. Oh my goodness, is he going with the jump bridge? Oh, I'm excited. Very low percentage shot, but when it's pulled off, it looks great. Ah, yeah, I was about to say he's not extremely elevated on that shot. I think he could have got a little bit more out of it. Just at the angle you could see on the camera, it didn't look like the cue ball could get up quick enough. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gino go for a three foul here. I mean, he's on one. You're forced to play safe here, so that will put him on two. And why not go for a third one? Unless he gets a good hit on a two after this. Really good shot there from Gino. I do not believe he left an edge. He's going to leave a kick shot for him. It's worth looking at to see if the two is glued two is frozen to the rail or not. Something has to hit a rail after contact. If it's frozen, that would mean the cue ball or the five ball or something has to hit another rail. Whatever it may be. Great kick shot. Good hit. Even though you left it available, now you're forcing him to work for it. He was definitely going for the three foul. After that, I would imagine he's already got you on one. You know he's got it in his arsenal. Really thins those balls well for ball in hand saves. Don't want to give him the opportunity to do that again. His speed control and thinning that ball just as thin as he wants to hit it. Gino's done a really good job of that so far. He's struggled pocketing balls consistently early on. Like I said, from what I've seen, he's shown spurts of what speed I believe he shoots. I think Gino definitely tried to get a lot more out of that too. I think he was trying to come above the four. Another uncharacteristic miss from him there, though. I really expect him to make that ball. He's almost shooting like I don't know. I don't mean this in a negative way, but he's almost shooting like he's adjusting to his like when he's putting a lot of spin on balls, he's almost shooting like he's new to the carbon I believe it's carbon fiber shaft he's using. He's almost like I know I've tried to make the transition to carbon fiber. He's almost shooting like he's trying to make the transition to carbon fiber a little bit. Like it the deflection's a little bit different and the English is a little bit different and he's kind of misjudged it a little bit on a few different occasions. It's that or it's just the nerves in general. I'm leaning towards the nerves, but there could be something deeper than that, obviously. I believe he called a 10 there, almost made it. Now it's gonna go option to Joe. Joe will take this ball, obviously. Side pocket almost plays exactly where you want to hit the rail to come back for the 7. You know, you play a little bit bottom left. Now he's forced to kind of take a little bottom off of it and let the left do the work for him. Makes the shot more difficult. Yeah. Gino's really looking at this. He's saying, well, I can cut this, but what's the value in it if I can't get back on the 7? Should I just play safe? Okay, well, if I play safe, then I might leave it over there by the 10 and leave some sort of combo or carom on the 10. What do I do? He called the bank on the 6 and made it like I had eyes. Oh, that's sick. Plays natural enough to roll it in and play shave for 8 in the side, I believe. What he was trying to do. Yeah, he played a touch inside to get there. Ended up costing him the shot. Let's see if Joe can punish him for it. Definitely a few shots that I know Gino wishes he had back. Pretty friendly bump on the 8, making it a little bit more playable there. Can't tell if he's going in the side or the corner there. I didn't see him call anything. Obviously, don't know if it's obvious, but shape is easier if you take it in the corner. It's a longer shot. A closer pocket is a side, but you gotta let your cue ball loose a little bit. Imagine he's going in the corner. Yeah, good shot. Great angle to just roll forward for the 10 here, I believe. Even a little bit of angle is okay on the 10. I like putting a bit of a confidence stroke on a sign. I wouldn't say just roll it in. I put a confidence stroke in, make sure you make it, and just take your little bit of angle on the 10. Just like that. Great shot. And the 6th game looks like it's going to Joe, tying it up 3-3. Joe needs 2 more. Gino needing 3. That's 6-5 race. While we're in between racks, I'm going to take 1 second. I'll be back with you guys. We are back. Hmm. Sliced it in, looked at him, said, "Was it good?" And his opponent said, "Yeah, looked good to me." I was looking over at that far table. John Driver played a extremely effective safety on his opponent. Left him on the rail, long distance. Well, unless you can see the one shooting in the five. Oh, how about that for a shot? Snuck right between the 8 and the rail. It's important here for Gino to find the best angle to get down for the 7. You don't want to shoot this blindly just trying to get a good look on the 5. Try to find yourself a good angle to kind of draw up for the 7 to give yourself a good look. I'd say somewhere by the side pocket or a little bit beyond the side pocket would be all right for him. He's got a little angle. Draw it up the side rail. Anywhere near the side pocket's just fine. And that'll work. Yeah, you don't want to flirt with that 10. You don't want to overdraw it. Even though he's got a cut, you can still get above the 8 if you have to. And shoot the 8 in the same corner. I wouldn't try rolling this ball to shoot it anywhere else. I like putting a confidence stroke on the 7, especially as much as you got to cut it. You ran into it. Two different ways you can go. You can cut it in the corner, but looking at the screen, that I don't recommend combos very often, but it's definitely staring them right in the face. You get a pretty full hit on the 9, and it's tracking towards that side. I like the corner here. Yeah, just debating it. There is a safe too. You can kind of roll the 8 to the rail and put the cue ball on the 9 as well if you want to. If you don't feel comfortable with one of those shots, 'cause it's not a comfortable shot with the cue ball being on the rail like it is. So that is an option. It's a little risky though because if you don't get directly behind the 9, you're gonna leave that 8 available to pocket for Joe. He's calling the corner. I like the call. Yeah, real good stroke there. Wants us to pop off the rail a little bit. Comfortable cueing. Now we need to see one of those strokes Joe put on the ball earlier. He made one of these full length 9-foot strokes and drew the cue ball all the way back. See if Gino's got it in his back pocket. Oh, no, he didn't. And he made the 9 and got shape on the 10. Brutal. And that is going to put Joe on the hill. Bit of a mistake there. Yeah, this is really gonna put a lot of pressure. I talked about it a little bit earlier. You got to put pressure on your opponent. This can put a lot of pressure on him knowing his opponent's on the hill. Every shot becomes that much more difficult knowing it might be your last. Joe to break. Looks like most players break like a ball to the right or a ball to the left. He's breaking pretty straight on. I think he's dead center. Nothing doing there. I've never quite understood the whole mentality. So yeah, I talked to the higher rated players a little bit about it, but I've never to my understanding, so you know how players break in 10 ball, they do like a ball off or a ball off to the right side or a ball off to the left side. I was always curious because if you're trying to make those second two balls, I almost thought like the symmetry of the rack, why wouldn't you break it head on and make them both? Well, I think somebody told me once that how they symmetrically break, balls collide when they come around and give them less of an opportunity to clear and find a pocket. Very curious. I don't know if you guys have any input on that, but good kick shot there. Good chance here for Joe. All the balls out in the open. Two's close to a hole. Three's close to a hole. 3 to the 4 is easy. 4 to the 5 isn't extremely difficult. 7 lays good to get to the 8. I mean, everything's pretty much there. He's going to have a little bit of an angle on this 3, so he's going to have to work from the 3 to the 4 a little bit, which just shouldn't be too much of a problem. Come 3 rails around or draw out, depending on what kind of angle he's got. I kind of like rolling this in and going 3 rail shape. You loop. You go to the bottom rail and side rail, hit the gap between the 10-7. Yeah, I didn't get there. Now Gino's got a much easier shot to get on the 3. He can actually get a fuller look on the 3 with an inside ball if he chooses to do so. Easy shot for a left-hander. Right-hander, this is a stretch. You know what's funny? Hold on 1 second. Got comments. John Sanchez, how many players do you guys have this weekend? We have 51 players this weekend out here at Slate Street Billiards in New Mexico. Ashley, what's going on, Ashley? How are you? Let's go, Joe Grog. I'm assuming it's Grog. If there's another way to pronounce it, then he's doing it wrong. Would you pick a side, Ashley? You can't pull for everyone. That's a great shot from Gino. We've seen a lot of those rattle from him early on, but put a real good stroke on that one. I like the pace he played that as well. He played it at a pace where the pocket was very receptive to the speed. You know, you can mishit it a little bit. You can hit the rail first a little bit, or you can come a little bit wide and that pocket still takes it. He got in a little bit of trouble hitting those balls harder earlier, and the jaws of the pocket spit it out. Yeah, it's cool. Getting 50 plus players out of town. You know, we obviously have a lot of success out in Arizona, but do our best to advertise the tournaments in other states. Generally had a pretty decent showing. Watch out, 10 ball. Oh, how did he hit it? My goodness, Gino. Incredible stroke right there. He's actually a bit unfortunate that this cue ball's tracking away from the 8 ball. He hit that ball incredible. Really dug into the cue ball to flatten the angle to get a look on the 7. He may be forced to draw it to the side rail and out, unless he's trying to hold it and take his angle. You know, he's going to the side rail and out. I like that stroke. He didn't dig into it near as much as he wanted. He wanted a little bit more draw out of that. But part of that was him putting so much emphasis on making the 7. You know, that 7 can get away from you if you're so focused on shape. But this is the advantage if you're Joe, putting yourself on the hill so early on. Now, Gino knows if he misses it, it could be his last stroke. Yeah. Pocketed the ball well, but went forward with it. Not what he was trying to do. Much rather be above the ball, even cutting it a little bit if you have to. That shot called for a little bit more of a draw than that. Kind of punched forward with it. Oh, no. Trying to play the long safe, maybe even get behind the 10 if he hits it real well, but this could be it. Joe could be moving on with the 2 ball in hand out. I wouldn't try to get too cute with this one. You don't want to hit it so hard that you get under the 10. You'd much rather cut this ball above the 10 than underneath the 10. So don't try to get too cute with it. Even if you just get, you know, a diamond past the side pocket or half a diamond past the side pocket, that's just fine. Yeah, just like that. He hit that ball really well. Yeah, this could do it. Joe missed one of these earlier. It was almost an identical shot in the other corner pocket, so you know that's in the back of his mind a little bit, but he's much more comfortable now. He's settled in. He's hit a lot of really good shots to get himself on the hill. I expect this one going in for Joe moving on. Yeah, great shot. Joe moving on. Gino, you can tell he struggled a little bit. Chalk it off to nerves, chalk it off to being out of stroke, whatever it is. I know it wasn't his best game, but congratulations, Joe. We are moving on to the next match. It'll be a couple minutes. I'm going to stretch my legs for a minute. The names will update underneath here in a minute when Joe updates the score. And I will be back shortly. Right, we are back at it. We have Chris, who is a 466 against we just had a whole conversation about this. I went over there and asked him his name. Oh, you guys are gonna have to bear with me. He rolls his R when he says Erasmo or something. Yeah, no. I'm gonna say Erasmo and I'm gonna sound white doing it. So you guys are gonna have to forgive me. Sorry if any of his family is watching. He said what's easier is Arizona Eddie, so I might go with that. But Chris to break, nothing looks like nothing doing. Yeah, no, we're going with Erasmo. Sorry. He told me he told me his full name. He's like, unless you can pronounce my full name, and then he said it. I'm like, dude, there is almost a 0% chance I will ever say that in my entire life. You give me 100 tries. Yeah, going with the push. Wants the seven to get out of the way. Interesting push with where the four sits. Half expect Chris to call the four here. The four looks like it's deep in the pocket, but it's actually closer to the point than you think. Like you almost have to cut it a little. If you hit it like square, it wants to rattle up a little bit. I could tell that's the closest pocket to where my kind of booth is set up over here. That's about 4 feet away from me. That's good cut shot there, but three ball getting in the way, just unrewarded. Really good cut shot. Might have to get a little creative here. I don't know that he's looking like he can see an edge. Can he get to the rail and kick it? Must be able to get. I don't know. I guess we'll just watch and see. Oh, he could see it. Definitely see an edge. You could tell he jacked up on that one. He was trying to draw it out of that pocket. Now we're looking at a 210 here from Chris. It is offset. He does have to cut it. There's no guarantee here, but definitely I would say 70 or 80%er from here. Now it's 70%. Yeah, it's a good shot. He did have to cut it a little bit. You can tell because the two went off to the left a little bit. And first game going to Chris. I'm not trying to be biased, but the more I get to say Chris's name instead of Rasmo or whatever. Sorry, bro. The better. Sounds so dumb back here. All right, this is a 6-5 race. Chris going to 5. There is at least a 40-point difference between the two. Looks like a 51-point difference. Remember, every 40 points yields a one-game spot. Min-max race 3-6. This one being 5-6. That's huge for Chris taking the first game. Already getting spotted one. It's basically like taking two on the wire in a race to 6. You know what I think would be really cool? I don't know. I'm a little bit of a sports bettor myself. I know how here in New Mexico you guys don't really bet on the app. I had to find that out the hard way. But it'd be really cool if we could if we could utilize something. Fargo has enough games and data to know like the swings of what percentage you have. Well, no, I've seen that before, but what percentage chance a player has when they win the first game or win two in a row or win three in a row. It's kind of like when I watch baseball. And then in the first inning, the odds are minus 110 and minus 110. And then the pitcher has a wild four pitch walk to get the leadoff base runner on. The odds shift dramatically. It goes from minus 110 to like minus 160. And you're like, my goodness, he's almost a 2-1 favorite after a first batter walk. It's kind of the same in this. It's such a big win for Chris. I'm curious how much the odds shift after that first game victory. He's calling a 7. He's going to carry him off the right side of the 4, come down near the 7. He's asking a lot out of that shot. This shot is very tough to judge. It's even more difficult to judge if you're one of those players that plays on a lot of different tables with a lot of different cue balls. Cue balls have different weights and tables play different, and some balls are more polished than others. Yes, that's something pros take into account and higher caliber players take into account when they're shooting carom shots like that, specifically cue ball weight. Carom something pushes through the object ball better when it's heavier, and then sometimes it deflects more off the object ball when it's lighter. That hollow circle ball. I'm not super literate with all the makers of every cue ball, but I know the hollow circle is a much lighter cue ball, and the measle ball is a much heavier cue ball. Obviously, the mud ball being way heavier than anything on the market by a significant margin, but it dramatically redirects the cue ball when you play carom shots and shape. Good shot there from Chris, but just getting hooked behind the 8, unrewarded. Seen a lot of that today. We've seen a lot of really good shots go unrewarded, getting hooked almost immediately. Wonder, yeah, if you kick that way, you got to hit it full, or even on the other side of the 5. I'm not saying it's worth measuring, but you should at least kind of go over there and give it a look and see exactly where you want to hit the 5. Hitting the 5 on the right side is almost always a scratch. Really good shot there. Went forward with a high right ball, letting that English do the work off the rail. Came up a little bit short, but really a good effort from where he was at. I don't know that he was trying to go on the 7. I think he was trying to draw beyond the 7 and kind of pop back off the rail. I don't think he dug enough. Maybe that was his intention to run into it and he couldn't avoid it, but I think he could have dug into it a little bit more and gotten to that side rail. I mean, to that, I guess it would be the top rail if you're talking about braking. He's got to back cut this thing almost sideways. He's going to let this cue ball loose. 8 ball's on a good spot in the middle of the table to have another opportunity. Really a good look at it. I think Tim Daniel calls these character builders, these long 9-foot shots. They're either straight in or slightly offset. You got to put a extremely straight stroke on them. This is how you can really tell when a player's in dead stroke or a bit nervous. Yeah, real good stroke there from. Oh gosh, I set myself up to have to say his name again. Araso. I can't roll my R's, bro. Forgive me. Two different ways you can go about this. You can actually come to either side of this 10 ball and place him right and get to where he's at now, or you can try and hold it over by the side pocket. It's all depends how he feels, how he overhit it. Do not think he was going for the side pocket there. If he was, that's an incredible shot, but it's a pretty low percentage leave there. That one can get funny on you. You can bump into the 10, or you can go on one side or the other. It wasn't a very natural. That wasn't a very natural shape to get to where he's at. I guess in a sense, I guess it was, but a bit untraditional. But should be able to tie this thing up 1-1 if this 10 ball drops. Rolling it. Great shot. 1-1. We're already starting to tell that these players are feeling much more comfortable than what we saw early on. Early on, I say it all the time. Morning pool is tough. You wake up, you have breakfast, come to the pool, still a little groggy, still don't have that real intensity in you just yet. At least for myself, that back arm is still kind of tight. Say you slept on your right arm and you're. Oh, I'm just kidding. I just got to throw that in there. I'm coming up on 30 here pretty quick, so everything's starting to hurt. Kind of manifesting that on everyone else. All right. Arizona heady to break. That's what they call them. Yeah, two got in the way. Yeah, from what I've seen from Chris is a touch more aggressive than Erasmo. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take on this combo. You don't have to. I would have I would probably advise against it, to be honest with you, but I expect him to take it on. Being early in the rack, we haven't seen a lot of runouts. It's almost what do you have to lose until your opponent starts really running 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 balls on you. It's a pretty, I don't want to say a safe shot, but you know, you can afford to be a little aggressive early on in racks. That's something I learned a little bit with time. Yeah, that was a great shot. Finding the gap between the 7-9. Just didn't quite clip that cue ball enough to get down for the 2. Kind of hear it in his stroke. He was really trying to dig to get that draw that he needed and just nip the cue ball versus kind of stroking it in a sense, I guess you could say. Good safe opportunity here. You can bank. I mean, yeah, you can shoot the 2 ball up and put this cue ball on the 8. like that a lot if that's what he's doing. You could also do the reverse, put the 2 on the 8 and put the cue ball off table, but I like, I think it was pretty straightforward safe there. Banking the 2 up and putting the cue ball on the 8 there. It's a pretty repeatable shot. It's a high percentage shot. You can hit it a few different ways and still get safe. Kind of went a different route there. Don't know about that one. Yeah, you went side rail to side rail and you're limiting your opponent's options, but still, you're giving your opponent a chance. Yeah, weird things like that can happen. Carom, little bank carom off another ball on the side, and all of a sudden, Chris could be in control of this rack. I like, yeah, I like banking this. Make sure your cue ball gets behind the stack up here just as a two-way. Just like that, maybe? Is there a window? I don't think there's a window. I love my friends. They're hilarious. 5-10's it's a little funny though. Curious to see what Chris tries to do when he gets down to the 5. I don't think it has, especially as much distance as he's left for this 4. It's just, I mean, I don't think there's enough room for a carom where you can clip the 5 and then make the 10 on the side. I don't think that's a viable option unless there's more room there than I can see. But it's just gonna come up to Erasmo here. Like I said, I am just absolutely butchering his name. I asked him what his name was, and he told me, and I'm not even close. But you guys just gonna have to bear with me. What a good shot that was. Ran into the 8, left his cue ball on the rail, left the rest of his work tough. Let's see what he can come up with. This might take a little bit of creativity if you're trying to play safe here. Yeah, it looks like he's just opting to leave a little bit of distance there. That's all right. I mean, if Chris has got a heavy back cut in the side, if you go in the corner, that side pocket is a factor. No, you can go beyond it. Now I'm looking at the screen. I can't tell when I'm looking at the table. The 5 passes the 8. That might be the shot here. Oh, definitely did pass the 8. Just didn't get there. Good effort. That is just an absolutely brutal roll. He hit it good enough to get out of there, but it double tap that 8 just to put it in the worst spot imaginable. Sometimes you hit good shots and get unrewarded. You really deserved a better outcome out of that one, it seemed like. Obviously, the ideal situation would be to miss that eight altogether, but didn't have to do him like that. Fairly routine here for Chris if he can. Well, yeah, I think the nine goes on the side. Fairly routine out here for Chris if he can make the six, get decent on the seven. Everything's straightforward from there. Seven, eight, nine in the side. Plays good for the 10. Believe the nine's off the rail enough that the side pocket is easy. If not, that creates a lot more difficulty to this rack, obviously. I don't know about that one. We didn't even. Well, he must think. You know what? No, he didn't think that nine ball went in the side, so it must be tight in the side. So, and I think he intentionally left this angle so he can come above the nine, which is incredible planning, assuming that nine is tough in the side. Really good pattern here, especially if this nine drops. Oh, that is brutal. Just really good planning there, though. If it, I mean, I can't tell from my side. You know, I can only guess from the booth, but if it was tight in the side, he drew it back, left himself a one, two rail. Yeah, I guess a two rail angle, get above the nine, hit it good. Left himself a little bit further than he'd like, but left it good. Missed a shot down the rail. I'd like to get a little closer to that one, but very doable. Yeah, I could. No, whoa, whoa, whoa! Watch out, cue ball. Oh, never doubt. Never doubt, boys. Yeah, looks like he stole one there from Chris. Going up 2-1. Erasmo. I'm just gonna start saying it with confidence. Ignorance is bliss, baby. A little bit of a tricky layout here, but just the way that the four and the five sit. Obviously, by the time you get there, the three will be gone. Well, might might have made it even more difficult. Yeah, shape from the 4 to the 5 is gonna be difficult unless you leave yourself just an absolute perfect shape. Guess there's always an opportunity to rearrange the furniture somewhere in between, but I'd argue who makes that 5 wins this rack, because the rest of them lay pretty. Oh, he's gonna get safe right behind the 9. That's a good kick there. Good kick shots deserve to be rewarded, whether it was the intention or not. Sometimes I really do feel like, I mean, you can't ever get upset with your opponent if they make a good kick shot and then they lock you up behind another ball. At that point, you just gotta say, you know what? Maybe I should have played tighter safe. Good idea there, I think. I think he was shooting that. I think he was shooting that into that cluster of balls and trying to get behind the 7. May have left an edge. Chris is taking a long look at this one. Yeah, that's about all Chris could do from there. Can't fault him for it. Leaving a look in the side though. I might have overran this one a little bit. Yeah, he sure did. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it's a game of inches. Yeah, I really like a safe here. Just a bit of a containing safe. You put the 2 on the top rail from where you break from, and then 2 rail your cue ball up table. It won't doesn't guarantee anything, but it almost always guarantees you another look at the table. Yeah, not sure about this. He's looking at cross on this 2 ball. Same idea, I guess, but I think there's a easier safe out there if you come off the right side of this 2, get it to the top rail, 2 rail your cue ball up with a ton of right English. Yeah, that's the danger in that shot right there. There's a big window between the 410, and if you either catch the point or don't hit it great, you're gonna leave the 2 available. Oh, Chris really wishes he had that one back. Really did not hit that well. He'll tell you that himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. Very straightforward shot for him, obviously. Here's the big question. Does the 4 pass the 9? I think that's what he's peeking at right now. If it does, the transition from the 3 to the 4 is much easier than it is to the other corner pocket. Yeah, been on the wrong side of this 4, or on this 3, really. I guess both. Cue ball's headed away from the 4. Assuming it passes the 9, I'm not sure. He played it like it kind of seems like he played it that way. Wonder if he's gonna roll it or come with a stroke here. Yeah, just going for rolling it. Clearly the 4 passes. If it passes comfortably, I don't mind kind of doing a bit of a draw or punch stroke. Well, no, the 5 doesn't pass the 6, does it? I don't think that 6 is far enough off rail. Maybe forced to go with top and come above the 5. Yeah, clearly not much room there. He called the side like you can see a sliver of this 4. Gonna have to let this cue ball loose a little bit, though. I need more pace than that. That's gonna get you in trouble there, Chris. Yeah, you gotta commit to the stroke there. You gotta come up and down, back and forth. Okay to go too far, but it's never okay to come too short on that shot. You always gotta have that in the back of your mind on those strokes. I try to sneak by the 9, didn't get there. All the balls are there for Erasmo. I think I'm getting better. Oof. Oh, bro. Rolling that ball down that rail was risky. That nudges that 6, that's a foul. It's not a move it back where it was, that's a foul, to my knowledge. Don't want to be hiked up over the 7. Good shot. Yeah, he's in a really good spot. These balls lay incredibly well to get out of this rack. And these are the outs you really dream of, especially Hill Hill. I'm not saying this set is anywhere near that, but as far as comfortability, I think should be able to clean these up no problem. Sorry I did it to you, bro. I'm ruining careers out here. That's what I do. If you guys ever want to make money betting on someone, just tell me to talk nice about someone, and there'd be a 0% chance that they get out. Yeah, got a bit fortunate hiding behind the 9, going with a jump shot. Great jump. Really a bit unfortunate. That ball was hopping when it came into that bottom rail or that top rail. Kind of killed the cue ball a little bit. If that cue ball was a little flatter, it would have bounced off that rail and came closer to the 9. I mean, closer to the 7. Not the worst leave in the world, but very doable here for Erasmo. Handball's a little tricky. If it doesn't go on the side, if there's no daylight between that rail and 10, he's got his hands full. He's got to take a difficult shot on the 10. I went a little too far with that one. And a few different opportunities there. He could have went with kind of an inside ball going forward 2 rails. He chose more of a flat ball coming straight up and down. It's difficult to fall into your line of the shot that way. A little bit less room for position coming across your position window, I guess you could say. Yeah, he's really got his work cut out for him. Looks like he's calling a 9 by the 10. I think. There's enough room there. It's just an extremely difficult shot. And I think you have to manipulate this cue ball a little bit so you don't scratch. Not sure. Yeah, he had to draw it a little bit so he didn't scratch and got away with it. What a great roll for him. I'd say for Chris, you're allowed to be a little upset. Just rub the 10 on the way in. Blocked him from a good opportunity on the 9. All right. Missed a shot. Somebody came over in the booth and talked to me. Looks like this next game going to Erasmo. Definitely said that right that time. Um, Taking a 3-1 lead with the break. Yet to see the first break and run on these 5-inch pockets. Yes, it's a 9-foot table. Yes, if you're used to the diamonds, they play a little bit different, but still awaiting that first break and run. I have noticed that players are having a difficult time making a ball on the break, at least consistently. Some have been more successful than others, but in order to have the opportunity, you got to make something on the break to start with, right? While we get started, I'm going to step away for just a second. I'll be right back with you guys. We're back. Really good attempt there. Had a good wall of balls with the 2-5-9 to play safe. Got him with the 2. We did see a 3 foul earlier, so it is my understanding that there's 3 foul in this tournament. I don't think you can see an edge. He's peeking at it like he can see an edge, but I'm kind of looking right down the barrel of this thing. I really don't think he... I guess he can. You gotta skim this thing so you don't scratch. This is a 2-day event. We'll be bringing back, I don't know how many we're going to bring back tomorrow, to be honest with you. Tim might have said something, but usually we bring back everyone in the money. That's usually about 25% of the field. I know that's probably the goal here. It is 10 ball on the 9-footers, so it takes a little bit longer than 9 ball. A little bit longer than on the bar boxes. Looking like there's a gap between that 5-9. Trying to draw it up table. What a great stroke there from Chris. Really cued that ball well. He was jacked up. Had to play some pace on it. Yes, these pockets play a little bit bigger, but allowing him to extend his run here a little bit. Oh, I was about to say 2 good shots in a row. Tried to throw it in with some left, with some bottom left, getting to the side rail for the 3. Position was there, but I have a good feeling if Erasmo can't make this shot, Chris is not going to like his next one. He's got an opportunity to just park him up on that 5, kind of bank it. A few different ways you could play it. Yeah, he's gonna just park his cue ball right there. Maybe punch it forward a couple inches. Yeah, like I said, Chris not gonna like his next shot. All the balls available. Toughest one obviously being the 6 over there with the 10 in close proximity. But if we can kind of get this cue ball over, we're Stop it. Oh yeah. No, I appreciate it, man. Thank you, dude. Oh, cool, man. Yeah. Oh wow, a loser bought me a beer. Sounds about right. I'm holding strong for now. I appreciate it. Sorry, guys. I got a little distracted for a second. Yeah, you can kind of tell he decelerated on this. It'll work out just fine. He's got a high percentage shot on this four, relatively natural to get on this five, but I like using two rails here. I don't like falling in position, just like he did right there. Going back and forth, coming into line with the five. Kind of decelerated on that three ball shot. You really want to commit to that stroke. I don't really know how to explain it, but you can kind of tell when he stroked that ball, when his cue was accelerating at its most, it was a good 3 or 4 inches behind the cue ball, and then it kind of seemed like he caught the cue ball on his four stroke going forward. I really like what he's doing here, looking exactly where he's got to be on the six. You want a good full look on the six so you can hold it for the seven. Yeah, he didn't get there anyways. But Erasmo can spin this in if he chooses to do so, even though it's off the rail a little bit. You can spin this in if you choose to do so, but you got to move the cue ball quite a bit. Can't fault him if, yeah, with the bridge, can't fault him if he goes for a safe here. Well, he's looking like he can cut it. It might not be as parallel to the five I thought it was. Yeah, now going with the save. That's all right. Just because shape on the six was so difficult from there. Chris really had a pretty good opportunity to get a good look on the six. Just didn't quite pull it off there. Now I think they're going to be working for it for a little bit. Because not only is it important that you get a good look on the six, but you need to hold it for the seven. Whether that means you cut the six and run into the 10, or you're kind of down here where you can have kind of a fuller look like he was trying to get earlier, which is preferred. Yeah, both players battling over this five ball a little bit, knowing that that six is tough. It looks like Chris really prioritized distance there. Scratch. Oh, he might have caught him on the point. That cue ball really nestled in there. We're going to find out right now, but he may have caught Erasmo on this point right here. I'm looking for any sign of body language. He's not giving me nothing. Oh, yeah, he's kicking at it. Yeah, he's definitely kicking at it. He got him on that. I get excited over stupid stuff like that because it just doesn't happen very often. Well, missed the whole thing. Great, great opportunity here from Chris. Obviously, the trouble being the six to the seven. Now, here's the problem with the six to the seven. Even if you get so where he's looking right now, even if you get there and you can just roll forward and get straight on the seven, how are you? Well, the eight's close enough to a pocket. I guess you don't have to be perfect, but you'd almost prefer a decent angle on the six and the seven. I wouldn't even roll this on the rail. I think I would roll it above the 10 and just take the cut on the 7. Just the 8 being so far away. Yes, it's close enough to a pocket. You can get away with it. That's what he was trying to do, but it's just did not get there. Brutal mistake there from Chris. Just funny. He looked like he did his footwork there. It just seemed a bit of a lack of execution on his part there. You could tell he played a touch of right to kind of hold the angle, and it just really didn't take on these Brunswick rails. These rails aren't near as receptive. Like I said, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but like I said 100 times, it's it's especially players that are used to playing on diamonds that just not near as receptive to the English as we're used to them taking. Yeah, he's gonna leave that right in front of the hole. Great, great opportunity for Erasmo here. Chris being the sportsman he is, moving out of the way of Rasmus' line of sight there, switching seats. That's never been something that's bothered me as a player. I know it bothers other people as a player, but it's never been something like I feel like if I can see my opponent, I'm doing something wrong. Unless they're doing jumping jacks, I I can usually fade it pretty well. Don't know about that. Leaving that ball on the side, specifically because you have to come down for the 10, kind of makes you scratch your head a little bit. You'd much rather shoot the 9 in one of the corners where your cue ball's tracking down towards the 10 versus coming all the way around for the side and maybe leaving yourself a bad angle like I think he got here. I don't love this. He may be forced to do something kind of fancy here. Yeah, he's jacking up. Really difficult shot. This is very difficult to pull off. Yeah, jacking up. Really kind of cost him there. I mean, might get away with it. That 9 is in a really difficult spot. And even if you can make it, I mean, how do you get down for the 10? It'd be a good opportunity to play safe, but where do you play safe? Especially if that 9 ball's frozen, that is just devastating. Like even if you could spin this in with some left and that 9 ball is frozen, it's brings the scratch into play, A, and then B, playing left off the rail is extremely difficult. Yeah, I don't mind that even a little bit. That was about as good as you could do there from Chris, I think. Yeah. Once again, I mean, even if he makes this bank shot in the side, he doesn't have a good look on the 10 anyways. Chris was half half wanting that to go in, I promise you. Good idea there from Erasmo though. His intention was to leave that cue ball on the rail, ensuring that it would be difficult for Chris the whole way. That's an incredible shot, and he's got a look on this 10. He's a little above it, but that's about as good as you can do from there. You don't want to risk playing some inside and getting closer to the 10 or anything like that. Put a really good stroke on that ball. Great look at the 10 to put himself on 2 here. Yeah, really good shot. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap. That was a great out there from Chris. Good job. Remember, Chris is right back in this thing. He is only going to 5. Rasmus going to 6, obviously. Notice a few players opting to take that kind of first diamond break. And what I mean by that is they're, like I said, the traditional break is in 10 ball is to kind of break pretty center head on, maybe a ball or two to the left or right. But we've seen from a few players, they're scooting that cue ball over almost a full diamond off of the break. Clearly, they've had a little success with that in the past. If they're continuing to do it, but Chris is doing it. Saw someone last match doing it. Three to the 4 is a problem. And let's see what his plans are for this 4. There is a gap between that 5-7. Looks like that's the route he's going. And the overcut. If he hooked him or not. Got any family or friends watching the players here? I'm getting a little lonely back here, so I'm trying to make conversation. Got any family or friends of Chris or Rasmo or anything like that? Who you guys pulling for? Kind of a native AZ guy. Not native, born in Texas, but grew up playing pool in Arizona. Yeah, really good shot there. Bit unrewarded, getting close to the 5. Gonna be forced to play safe here. He's If he can get by the 8, I really like thinning this 5, leaving it behind the 7, and getting this cue ball up table. But you just gotta thread it. You don't want the 8 to come into play. Yeah. He's looking at a much fuller hit here. How about this? Ah, it worked out good. Effective enough. Great shot. Todd Augustine says Augie is watching. What does Augie is watching mean? Who are you with? You're not helping me out here. I'm kidding. That's awesome. Really incredible shot here. That shot, it looked relatively straightforward when you're looking at it on camera, but he loaded up with a ton of right English to get to where he's at for the 6 ball. That is not easy from where he was at. Get up. He played it at a pace where the rail was receptive to that English and took and came all the way around. And judging the deflection of your cue and judging the tells you he's very comfortable with his equipment. That is not an easy stroke, even in the slightest. Slate Street. Oh, Todd. Yeah, I know Todd. What's going on, brother? Got a few different options here. You can choose to be extremely aggressive and bank this. Almost like banking it a little short. That way, if you miss it, you leave it on that bottom rail. Make your opponent work for it. Maybe even you may even leave it behind the 10. Yeah, that's exactly what he was trying to do. Playing the two-way shot. It's almost unfortunate that he played the two-way shot because that 10 ball slightly impedes his queuing here. I don't think he has to jack up. I think he can kind of get to the high right center of the cue ball, which may not do him a whole lot of good, but it helps you keep a level cue here. He's really jacking up right over this 10 ball. Extremely difficult shot. I was about to say I'd be very surprised if he pulls this one off. It's not easy from there. You'd almost consider playing safe from that position. Yeah, that's about the worst possible outcome for Asmo. I swear I'll get better at saying it. I know it's wrong, but I know I'll get better at saying it. If you guys don't know, he was trying to help me say it. And then he would say it, and then I would say it, and he would say it, and I would say it, and it wasn't even close. Like if the cops came, like if the cops asked me who they were looking for, and I said Erasmo, and then they went up to Erasmo and was like, "What's your name?" and then he said it, like they would be like, "No, dude, that's definitely not you," and he would be way off the hook. That's how far off it is. It's got a good opportunity to clean this one up to go 4-2 here. Kind of interesting with the high ball there. I think not that this isn't doable by any means, and it was a good shot, but very comfortable kind of punch draw stroke, shooting it down the rail. It's one of the most common shots in pool. It's a confident stroke versus kind of rolling the ball forward. That's a bit less reliable in a sense, I guess you could say. Nonetheless, it worked out. Rasmo going up 4-2. Remember the race is 6-5. Chris going to 5. Rasma going to 6. I guess since it's been a minute, I'll go ahead and run through it again, but we want to go ahead and thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible once again. We have Paradise Patio, Qualtech, that's John Sanchez, Mike Gwynn, Realty One, you can see that one in the background. We have Avalon, I believe that's Gil. Southwest Billiards, I think that's Justin Turner out in Arizona. He does a lot for pool community. One of the best pool table mechanics around, if not the best. Hydros Glass, that's my company. And a quick shout out to Donkey Pool Productions for allowing us allowing us pool players to play in highly competitive tournaments, getting our heart rate going, playing for a little bit of cash, competing with guys around our skill level. We all really appreciate him more than he knows. They say specifically, and Arizona's a good one. Arizona has one of the best competitive amateur pool scenes in the country, and I really credit that to Tim Daniel for what he does for us. But also, another shout out to Slate Street Billiards. Thanks for hosting the event, adding the money, letting us come here and have a little bit of fun. And this place is just popping, man. I showed up late last night. I showed up at like 10 o'clock last night just to get a feel for everything. And oh my gosh, we came in late at night and we were 7 tables deep. And I was with the guy named Eric in this tournament. And he was like, man, you know what? Good for them. They are killing it. We come in here at 10 o'clock at night and we're seven tables deep. He's like, they're doing something right. It seems like the spot out here. Like I said earlier, I talked to a few of the players. This seems like the pool hall out here, and everybody loves it. So, shout out to them for really running a great venue and letting us host this tournament. Didn't quite get there on that one. He's looking at skimming the right side of this 4. The 4's going to bank into the 8, and he's going to bring his cue ball up 2 rails by the 10. I mean, you have the 8 as a little bit of a backboard, so don't be afraid to let that cue ball loose a little bit and getting it down table. He either just didn't catch it as thin as he wanted, so he lost momentum on the cue ball, or he was afraid he would lose the 4 a little bit. But I really like banking that 4 into the 8, getting that cue ball up table a little bit. Now you're leaving Rasmussen a little bit of an opportunity here. All the balls are available. Do believe you can see his side of this 4 to make it. Yeah, he cut it a bit thin, even though he made it. I say it all the time. You can still make balls and hit them bad. I guess you can say he really he really overcut that ball, which is why he lost his cue ball. He's gonna try and use a 6 to play safe here. I overran it a bit. You can really I noticed this about the better players. And the better players are always almost specifically when they're playing spin, but they're almost always shooting to a side of the pocket to get that cue ball to where they want it to go. Rasmussen needed a much fuller hit to hold for the 5. It was possible, just didn't quite get there. Difficult shape on the 6 here. I mean, well, you know what? The 5 might not even pass the 8 comfortably. But this cue ball is specifically because he can't put English on it because the cue ball's on the rail. But this cue ball's going straight into the 7 here. If he does choose to take this 5 on by the 8. But man, I think it's tight. Oh, he went with the combo. What a great shot. Did not see him call that one. That was from that distance on these 9-foot tables. That is hats off to him. Shooting combos is not like shooting a regular ball. When you're shooting a regular, I mean, not like just shooting one ball. When you're shooting one ball, you have the whole pocket to work with. When you're shooting a combo, you have to shoot that ball to an exact point on another ball for it to track in the direction you want it. There's such a huge margin for error. And over a 9-foot table, hitting his peers he did. Obviously, he got a bad roll there, but hitting his peers he did. Got to give him credit for that one. He's going to leave a look on this 6. He's going to be jacked up on this 10. I think because shape on the 7 is so difficult, and I think because shape on the 7 is so difficult, and because he's jacked up over this 10, I think he's going to opt to play safe. He's going to come off the left side of the 6, 2-rail the cue ball up, play some left on it to help your cue ball get up. You don't have to go 2 rails, but at least get that 6 ball on that bottom rail over there. And then maybe you get some coverage with the 9-10. Oh yeah, well, he got coverage with the 10 that way. Well, maybe not. Not quite sure. Of course, I don't have the exact angles on the table. He may not have had that shot. He may have called for a little bit less angle than he had to do what I was saying, but safe was definitely the right option there, all things considered, where the 7 sits. Oh, really good shot there. Kind of a funky bounce with the cue ball off that second rail. He could have got a little closer to that 7, but it really flattened out off that second rail, which is a fairly common thing to happen with the cue ball, but it seemed a bit exaggerated there. You play outside and it takes on the first rail and kills it on the second rail, but it was extremely exaggerated there. Testament to these Brunswick rails sometimes, I guess. Oh, that one's going to hurt Erasmo here. Chris has got a great opportunity to get out. Looking good from here. Bit longer than he wanted on this 9, but he wanted to make sure that he didn't come too close to it to get an awkward angle. He's just fine. It's all containing the nerves from here. Like I said, containing the nerves. You chalk that one off the nerves for sure. You know, it's hard. You know, Chris has made that shot 10,000 times in his life. Being on the stream, being in the big tournament, you have expectations. You want to win. Looking very deliberate over that 9 ball. He spent a little bit more time over that ball than I've seen him. I don't know if it's just the situation or really prioritizing pocketing that ball over everything else. That's a very common shot. This is a very common shot in 10 ball. This should be extremely comfortable for him. He's hit this shot a million times in his life. This is where the 10 ball generally sits with magic rags. If you've played 10 ball, you've hit that shot a million times, whether it looks, I mean, it's one of those you'd almost consider it a 95 to 100%er with players that are just dead in stroke. All right, Erasmo putting himself on the hill. First one to the hill, 5-2. Remember, Chris only goes to 5, so he needs 3 more. Not completely undoable. If I'm in Chris, if I'm on Chris's corner right now, I'm telling him all we have to. This is what I say anytime my opponent gets on the hill, but all we have to do is scrounge together 2 wins, one at a time. Scrounge together 2 wins, and then hill, anything can happen. But you can only win one at a time. You can't win it all in one stroke. Don't have to be a superhero. Just go out there and put the most pressure on them you can. Play the best pool you can. Try to fight your way to hill, and then anything can happen. You're 2 games away from hill. If you look at it, the score looks lopsided, 5-2. You're 2 games away from the hill. Can't be too fixated on that as a player. Yeah, I got playing on these tables a little bit. I got playing on these tables a little bit last night, like I said, and the rails play up. It's not a bad thing, but if from what we're playing on out in Arizona, the rails play a little bit springy and a little bit less receptive to English. So you can kind of tell there from when he shot that I believe it was the 1 ball to get on the 2, and he kind of overran it a little bit. It just reminded me of the first like 3 or 4 shots I shot yesterday where I swore I hit it perfect and it sprung out another foot. That's the key to being a good player too, is at least I mean I don't know. I don't know why I'm speaking on good players. I've never met one. But I'm kidding. But I think that's the key to being, good players adjust to table conditions better than anybody else I've ever seen. I've met people that after the first rack, they got the weight of the cue ball down, they got the slickness of the cloth down, they got, some tables play more springy, some tables play a little bit more dead, some tables play, you know, new cloth is slippery and doesn't take as much English, and old cloth takes a ton of English and you can do things with the cue ball you could never do on any other table. There's so many factors that come into every game. What kind of cue ball you're using, what kind of cloth you're playing on, what kind of table you're playing on, the size of the pocket, the way the pockets are cut. Are they cut to be receptive to a ball that's being hit at pace down the rail? Are they cut to rattle out at pace? Good players are always able to adjust, which would explain why I'm never able to adjust. Oh, great shot there. Looks like you got coverage with the 5-10, playing safe on the 3. Really good speed control with the 3. Someone said it really well to me. They said, you know why safeties are harder than shots? I'm like, why is that? And they're like, true or not, but take it with a grain of salt. But they said when you're playing a safe, you're controlling the speed of two balls. You're controlling the speed of the object ball and you're controlling the speed of the cue ball. When you're just making a shot, you're only controlling the speed of the cue ball because you don't care how hard the object ball hits the back of the pocket. Thank you so much. Now, there's something to be said about that. Yes, you can add the characteristic of yeah, you have to make the ball and put emphasis on making the ball, but you know that it is a factor. There is a level of emphasis in controlling the speed of both balls to get to where you need to go. This rack looks This rack lays very well for Rasmo here. If he can get good on this five, oh, that's trouble. That is definitely trouble. But this rack lays extremely well. I mean, if the six to the seven is easy, the seven to the eight is easy, the nine, I guess you could. Uh-oh, that's gonna scratch. I'd argue the only trouble Erasmo's gonna have here, if I don't want to say trouble, I guess if you're Chris, the only thing you're thinking of right here is your only savior is that 9 to the 10. He's gotta move the cue ball a little bit, and he doesn't even have to do that. He can opt to take a longer shot on the 10 and take the angle, but as for Chris, he that's what you're hoping for. You know he's gonna make the 7. You know he's gonna pop it out and draw it a little bit for the 8. You know he's gonna make the 9, but you're hoping for a bit of an awkward angle on the 10 and maybe another life. But Rasmo on the hill, he's got a chance to run these out. Yeah, if I was Erasmo, I'd like to pop that off the rail a little bit more. You don't. This is not comfortable queuing from the rail like this. Shouldn't be a huge problem for him, but it's definitely not comfortable and definitely missable. Oh, really good stroke there, but clip the 9 on the way out. Let's see how Erasmo's feeling. He's got two options here. He can clip this 9 and play safe and bring the cue ball up table. Kind of two rail it or one rail it up table, whatever is more comfortable for him. Yeah, he's calling safe. Or could be Superman and bank it. That's the right shot there. If you get coverage with the 10, it's the double right shot right there. Whether he got him, whether he got him hooked behind the 10 or not, that's an incredible shot. Really smart shot there from him. Going one rail. I mean, it was the perfect speed control, perfect drag with the draw stroke. Played a ton of right, let it get up table. Now I think he's got. Looks like Chris is going to the jump cue, so now it looks like he did get coverage with the 10 ball. Really incredible shot there. I mean, he deserves to win off of that game-winning shot, I guess you could say. If he would have called it in that corner, that would have been sick. I think he called the bank though when he sliced that ball. He did not call it. It's going to be Rasmus's shot. It's option. He'll take it. And this is Rasmus on the hill. This will be to win the game and move on. Oh, that's a great stroke there. That's gonna do it. Rasmus moving on 6-2. Chris missed a few critical shots that would have put him back in the game, but just didn't quite get it done. Go back and learn from that one a little bit. Maybe chalk it off to nerves. Who knows? But congratulations. All right. I am going, like always, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. Looks like in our next match, we're going to have Ronnie Foster, a 553, playing Isaac. Yeah. I want to say Jaquez. I know it's going to be something weird like Jaquez or something. Yeah, no. I'll ask him. Don't worry about me. What an incredible match, though. We got a 553 playing a 555. It's a 560 under tournament, about as high as they come in this tournament. So, got a good one coming up for you guys next here in just a minute or two. Maybe you guys will watch and break off before I get back, but I will see you shortly. Right. I am back. We're in it. We're in it for the long haul, boys. So, like I said, if we have any newer viewers, we have Ronnie Foster playing Isaac, a 553 playing a 555, straight race to 6. Last two matches have been 6-5. A straight race to 6 here. Both two of the highest rated players in this 560 and under amateur tour. This is tour stop number 4 over here at Slate Street Billiards. If you've never been, it's an incredible spot. They really they really maintain their Brunswicks well over here. They got new lights. Balls are all polished. You can tell the owners and the managers really take care of this place. They're in it for the pool players. Love to see it, especially being almost a pool player myself. Alex Lucero, what's going on, bro? How you doing, man? When are you ever in for the short view? What are you talking about, man? Oh, are you talking about when I said the long haul? Yeah, no. We got a couple days ahead of us. Like I said, this is a 2-day tournament. I just got done talking to Tim. We're gonna bring back the final 12 tomorrow. We're coming down to it. I asked him. He said things are running really smooth. They're running pretty quick. There's always the variable of the 9-foot table, I guess, in a sense. Like I don't run tournaments, but there is always the variable of the 9-foot tournaments. They always play a touch slower than the 7-foot tournaments, whether we get them done in time or not. And Tim just always does a good job of finding a way to expedite things, it seems like. Yeah, going for the safe here, just where the 1 sits. Obviously, obviously using the 8 as coverage would have been a plus, but that's almost as good as you could have done there. He was actually in a really tough spot. I'm pretty impressed with that shot. Kind of a what we call a containing safe where you likely get another look at the table, whether you like it or not. You're just in a tough spot and you're fighting your way for another look because you can't get good coverage consistently. So he said, just in case I don't get behind the 8, I'm gonna go side rail to side rail and play my odds, and it looks like it's gonna work out for him here because he's got a good look at the 1. That is brutal. Great. Oh, did he not? Yeah, I'm not sure. Really hit that ball incredible and just got a terrible look at this 2 here. If he called it, I can't tell. It looked like he pointed at his opponent like he looked like he pointed at his opponent like he didn't call that or something. I don't know. Had to have been intentional. Could be completely misinterpreting it. Yeah, good hit there. He had to get that cue ball up really quick to hit that 2. Obviously not passing the 7. I don't like the combo. Not sure about that one. Is he going to play safe and put this cue ball on the 7? I imagine. Kind of a touchy shot if you do that. Let's see what he comes up with here. Oh, he was trying to play a 3 into the 7 and shooting the cue ball a few rails around the table. Creating distance and maybe some coverage with some balls down table. Just bump something on the way in. Didn't quite get there. See what he comes with for the 5. If he chooses to draw it or go with a high left ball and come 3 rails forward for the 5. I kind of like a high left just because the 8 plays big if you try and draw it. And he tried to draw it. Really didn't seem like he had enough pace on that ball to come back and forth. That one's going to hurt there. Kind of shoot this into if you're looking at the camera, the bottom left corner. And you can still slide over for the 5. You just got to throw that 4 in so you can hit it a little fuller and hold your cue ball. He's going in the other corner and coming around. Much more difficult shot to execute, I think. 5 to the 7 is going to be tough. He's got just enough angle that can get him in a little bit of trouble. I almost like well, I think if you draw this straight back, you're going to have a thin cut on the 7. He's just choosing to stop it and play the angle. That's all right. Yeah, really good shot. Let's see what he comes with here. He's got to leave himself for the 9. He's either got to. He's looking to see if the 9 goes on the side over there. It looks like it. Looks like it does. He's going forward with it. That's his plan. It's very cuttable on the side. Just missed the 8, and he's gonna. That's basically a sellout shot from there. And you really just want to leave yourself a decent angle so you're naturally rolling into the 10. So you're cutting the 9. Like I would like to be just left of the spot, I guess. If you're looking at the camera, right? Helps you get more naturally down to the 10. You don't have to. You can come around the table, but that's, for me, personally, that's the highest percentage way I can get on the 10 from where he's at. He's just choosing to take a good full look on the 9 and draw the cue ball straight back. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, maybe he's going to the side and coming around. He's playing a high ball. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Oh, good speed control. He's getting straight on the 10. And that game is conceded. That nine looked so much more difficult on the side from the camera angle than it actually was. He speared it in. So Ronnie going up 2-0. Again, straight race to 6. Talked to a few guys. They got a couple matches under their belt. Not sure if this is match 2 or 3 for these guys, but that's where we're sitting in the tournament. The fun action happens tomorrow. That's when we start getting down to the final 12. You'll obviously see us play out the finals. On the push. It looks like Isaac's gonna push to just just a sliver a look of the one. And to be honest, even if I can see a sliver of the one or even get to the rail, I might just give this right back to him. I don't. Yeah, I think that's the right call there. Really tough to counter safe this look here. I was about to say I'm not sure if that was a good hit or not, but doesn't matter now. Cue ball down. Ball's all available. The trouble is the 4 to the 5 and the 5 to the 6. I'm not saying trouble, but if you're looking for a problem, that's where things can go awry, I guess you could say. Something about commentating that makes you say stuff you've never said in your entire life. I've never said awry in my entire life. A little embarrassed. He's gonna go a little bit too far there. He's gonna have a back cut on this 5, which isn't the worst thing in the world because I think it naturally leads to the 6 if that 7 does if he doesn't hit that 7 full on the way out. Just call it safe. This is a cuttable shot, but I think he sees an easy safe here with the 9-10. Yeah, good shot there. We did see one 3 foul today. If uh if Isaac doesn't hit this ball, I expect him. I mean, I think banking the 5 is the wrong shot where the 6 ball lays. So if he does not hit this 5 ball, you have to expect him to go for a second foul. And if he misses that one, a similar third foul where you skim it and shoot the ball one or two rails up table. Good full hit on the 5. Not bad at all. However, you are giving Ronnie the chance to draw this up table for the 6. But nonetheless, a good hit. And it got a little weird on him. Try to short side himself on the 6. That's the problem with short siding yourself. There's just not a lot of room there. Sometimes it can get a little funny on you. And it will though. Well, all things considered, I don't know. I think he's hooked on the 7. Alex, shut up. I'm doing my best. Expanding my vocabulary. What's your here, bro? I didn't realize it until I went to Vegas. You know what's weirder than doing commentary by yourself. Doing commentary by yourself with no headset. Like I went out to Vegas and then Brandon, I believe the owner now, since Mark Griffin passed away, I could be wrong, but he showed me the setup they had over there at Griff's, and then you're standing like a foot. I mean, you're sitting a foot away from the microphone, and you're like talking to yourself without a headset, so you can't like hear like you can hear everything going on around you. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is absolutely miserable. Because it literally feels like you're talking to a brick wall. Whereas when you got the headset on, you're in your own little zone. A bit on the wrong side of the eight. He's got. Gonna see the. Well, we're gonna see a stroke from Isaac here. He's either gonna draw it to the side rail and out, or he's gonna go forward 2 rails. We'll see what he opts to do. Looks like he's going with a high ball. Oh no, he held it with an inside ball. I thought he had much more angle than that. That'll work. You don't mind a little bit of angle on the 10. Just pocket the 9. Great shot. Man, I thought he had to slice that ball at 30 degrees. Very deceptive from my angle. Once this ball drops. Isaac going up. Oh, I don't say up, but putting himself on the board. Still looking for a crooked number, though. Ronnie up 2, Isaac on 1. However, it is Isaac's break. I will argue this may be some of the best pool we've seen on stream today. These guys are really playing well. They're early on, like I said, a million times over. Early on, we saw these guys that were a little uncomfortable. They were missing shots that you normally wouldn't see them miss. Looks like these guys are pretty settled in the tournament. Settled in their strokes. Yeah, nothing doing there. I wonder if he can see enough of the 1 to make it. I'm not sure. If not, I think you got to cross it. Bring your cue ball up table a bit. Yeah, really good stroke there. Don't think the 2 has a hole here, but definitely good stroke. He's calling the 10, though. Might be a bit of a two-way, so if you shoot the 2 into the 10, the 2's going to kind of sit over there by the 4, and you can get this cue ball down on the rail by the 7. So I like the call. Oh, he made it like it had eyes. Oh, get off me, Ronnie. What a shot. I will be right back.
Guys, looks like we're yeah, dealing with some internet issues. I apologize. It's pretty standard with every stream. We're gonna go ahead and try and work through it here. See if it picks back up or we have to do something about it. But that being said, here we are. Nothing you guys aren't used to. It's like Peter says, we are at the mercy of bar Wi-Fi for the time being. We got away with it. 8 ball in the way. See if Ronnie has a jump cue in his bag. I'm trying to peek over there and see if he's got one. I don't think he does. Looks like he's got like a 2 cue holder over there, and he's got a break cue and a playing cue. So may not have one in the bag. Of course, that's every hustler's move, right? Next thing you know, he's gonna pull it out of his back pocket or out of the back closet. A really good stroke there to get down for the 4. Not easy to get that line to come straight down. He executed it perfectly. He's going to try to get a good look on the 5 and the side here. Going forward. Doesn't have the angle to get to that second rail. Gosh. Yeah, definitely a slow connection right now. I'm sorry, guys. Just what we got to work with. Stream is lagging for you guys quite a bit. I'm getting quite a few drop frames, over on my end. I apologize. Hoping it gets better. If not, I'm sure we're probably gonna shut down and try it over again if it persists over the next few minutes. Unfortunate, we got one of the best matches of the night right now. Afternoon, I guess. I can't tell. All the windows are blacked out in here. It seems like seems like night. That was almost a really good shot there. Playing a ton of what seemed like bottom right to come around and avoid that corner pocket and just caught the points, and now he's forced to shoot a difficult shot to put himself on 4. I missed it. Is it going to hang? Yeah, relatively simple shot here for Isaac. He can go forward with it or he can draw it back. I like drawing it back here. It's a little bit more reliable of a confident stroke.
Yeah, good shot. Yeah, I can see Tim kind of heading over here. Definitely dropping some frames. He's probably going to tell me to shut it down. I'll let you guys know here in just a minute. Give me 1 second. Right. Looks like we're going to try and work through it here, see if things pick up. Got a good match in front of us. We got Isaac on 3, Ronnie on 3. Good safe there. Looks like Ronnie is hooked. He's got a one rail kick at this one. Yeah, missed the whole thing. The trouble in this rack is the 3 to the 4 though. Even with ball in hand, this is not easy to get out of this rack. Yeah, that's what he's looking at here. He's really trying to figure out exactly where he needs to be on this 3 to get to the 4. It's not easy. Well, well, the internet's slow. I imagine after this match, I'll go ahead and take a break after this match and hope things kind of clear up after that. But I might take a break for a match after this one and see if the Wi-Fi picks up a little bit. We got a lot more warm bodies in the room, so I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'd like to get a lot more out of that cue ball. He's trying to come forward. I think there's a coin on the table, at least where that coin is, maybe even beyond that. If I'm Ronnie here, I think I'm still attempting to slice this four in because you're gonna come off. No, he's calling the five. But I was gonna say you're gonna come off the left side of the seven. And it's gonna track towards the side rail where you can where the five is accessible. Yeah, I didn't quite get there. Well, he might get lucky. He might bounce off the rail and leave him tough. Nope. Caught the point. You guys aren't gonna believe this, but the internet's picking up a little bit, very, very slowly. It was we were at 50%. Yeah, we were at 50%, and then we went to 60%, and then we went to 70%, and now we're at 75% over the last 20 minutes or 10 minutes, I guess you could say. It's been a struggle, but it's coming around. Gotta hang in there. Not the worst leave in the world. Going for the bank shot. Definitely left it difficult where the seven lays. I think if Isaac wants any chance of getting on the seven, he's got to draw this ball. Gotta put a bit of a stroke on it. Oh no, he's just trying to stop. He's much straighter than I thought he was. He was just trying to stop it and take the angle on the seven, which was the right move. If you're that straight, I thought he had a bit of an angle on him. A really good save there. Good, good speed control of the six and good speed control of the cue ball. Leaving the cue ball on the rail makes it that much more difficult, but the six ensured that no matter, even if you didn't get coverage with the 9-10, Isaac's got some work. I'm gonna go ahead and take just 1 second real quick. I got a little distracted. I'm gonna be right back while the Wi-Fi picks back up. Seems like it's getting better over the last 10, 15 minutes, but definitely a thing. All right, looks like it's starting to pick it back up a little bit. It's not great. It's not good. I'm good. I hold on one sec. I bought you a beer. I want to give a quick shout out to Gino and Pearl. They've been more than generous to me today, and want to thank them again. He's got a slice on this ball. Should be taking this one on. You got to slice it. Let your cue ball come back and forth, maybe a couple times. Don't be afraid to let this cue ball loose. These 5-inch pockets are pretty receptive. That's what I mean when I say let it loose a little bit. You don't want that to happen. You want to play a high ball. Let it come back and forth a few times. Taking a little off of it lets that. He played a touch of left English. Taking a little bit off of it lets that left English takes. This is going to be duck, duck, goose here for Ronnie. Ronnie's going to put himself on 4 here. This is a very routine out for him. Yeah, good out. 8, 9, 10 lined up really well for him. Ronnie getting himself that much closer to the hill. That's a break. Watch the 6 and the 4 tracking towards the sides. He is breaking from pretty center. Watch the 4 ball. Great shot. Great break. And he's got a great look at the 1. Could we, I don't know, the 6/8, it's a little funny, but could we potentially be looking at our first break and run on this table, I believe? Haven't seen one today. This rack lays pretty good for it if you can figure out that 6/8. That's all you, only issue here. He's almost considering going into the 6. Yeah, that's what he did, and it looks like it's gonna wind up great for him. What a shot. He really had to come off the good side of that ball to ensure that he came down for the 5. Broke that out perfectly. And now our first break and run on the stream table is becoming more and more likely by the shot. It's 5 balls away. They're all there. I think this will be the last difficult shot for him. He's just only because of the shape on the 9. He's going to move this cue ball a little bit. Half expecting him to take this in his left corner pocket. Maybe go forward with the 2 rails. You can draw it out, but it's a little steep for that. You can kind of go forward with the 2 rails to get shape for the 8, which is what he's doing.
he's gonna scratch on that one. First breaking run stays alive. It will not go to Ronnie this time. Getting shape on the 8 is not easy from here. Curious to see what he comes up with. He's playing what got him there. He's trying to play a touch of inside to miss the 9 on the way in to get a good look on the 8. Just missed the 7. Very difficult from queuing on the rail like he was. Can't fault him for missing that shot, but wasn't easy. Oh, really good stroke there. Missed the side pocket. Never doubt. See a bit of a sarcastic smile over there from Isaac. It's kind of funny. You know, these side pockets play pretty big, even though this looks like, I don't want to say a difficult shot, but on stream, this looks like a little bit of a cut. Should be no problem for Ronnie. Great stroke. Like that he didn't allow that side pocket to get himself in trouble. He left it in the center of the table. Once this 10 ball drops, Ronnie on the hill. Great shot. Good shot. 5 and 4 being the second balls in the rack. 4 going down. Good look at the 1. Great break there from Ronnie. One of the better breakers we've seen on this stream table. Started to settle in a little bit. We'll see what comes of it. I don't want to curse anyone with the break and run thing anymore. The more I talk about it, the less I think it's gonna happen. I should start telling players, I'm like, nobody's had a break and run on this table yet. You have to get it done. A good stroke there if he doesn't get behind the 8. Looks good. Believe 5 goes on the side. 6 definitely passes the 10. I wonder if he's got the wrong angle on this. Nope, he's dead straight. He can draw it straight back if he wants. And wanted a little bit more out of that cue ball. Like a nice full look on the 7 to make this 8 much easier for him. Now he's got to work for it a little bit. Yeah, that was a good stroke. Missing, shooting the gap between the 9-10, coming back and forth. And really a great look at the 8. You can come for, well, a couple things you could do here. You can come forward 2 rails, or you can draw off the side rail and out. Whatever he feels comfortable with. Kind of looks like he's debating that a little bit. Yeah, he's going forward. He's queuing high on the cue ball. He's going to go forward 2 rails for the 9 in the corner. He held it with a little bit of inside. Maybe he was going for the other corner. Maybe I like. I'm not quite sure. He maybe he was going for the other corner, but I really like a little bit of right and getting back out to the center of the table there. That option was available. Nonetheless, he's got a chance to win this thing. He is on the hill. Ronnie on 5, Isaac on 3. 2 balls away from closing this thing out. Great shot. Like to be a little bit further off the rail, but this will be just fine for him. 1 ball away. Ronnie, move on. Great set. Great match. Isaac's playing really well right now. It just couldn't put it together in that set. All right. Congratulations, Ronnie. Moving on. We're going to go ahead and take a minute. I can tell Isaac's playing really well right now. He's one of those ones, like I said earlier, he's one of those ones I can't count him out. Even though he lost this match, as good as he's playing when he's putting it together, I half expect him to make it pretty deep, especially into tomorrow. Don't be surprised if you see him tomorrow. Don't be surprised if Ronnie makes it into the final 4, to be honest with you, as good as he's playing. All right, I think Tim's going to update the players here in just a second. You'll see them pop up on the bottom of your screen. I'm going to take a minute in between matches. I will be back soon.
It looks like the first break is off. We have Eric Lord a 562 and Dale Lester a 453. I know some people are like, it's a 560 on a tournament. Why can a 562 play? Well, that being said, this is Tour Stop 4. If you buy your tour card while you're under a 560, you have a 10-point cap. Or, yeah, 10-point cushion, I guess you could say. So that being said, we're looking at the JJ's second place finisher and Eric. I actually hung out with him a little bit last night. We had a lot of fun. The dude is absolutely hilarious if you have not met him. He's a firefighter out of Washington, but my goodness, he's trying to get better. He did end up losing his first match of the day, is what he was telling me a little bit earlier. In one of those 6-3 races, he says he missed two early tens, got down, and it was just too much to fade for him. Crawled his way back a little bit, but couldn't get it done. Watch out, six. Trying to come around the table. Just came a little bit short. It's funny. And he's like, my goal today is just to get on stream. He came over. I'm like, here you are, bro. Good kick shot. Got a good hit. Unrewarded with the scratch. And Dale's got a chance to put himself on the board here. All the balls are wide open. Really good break there from Eric. He's got a good spread. Nothing's touching a rail. Nothing's too far away. Just staying on the right side of the ball and playing fundamental pull here for Dale. Good shot. Good idea to utilize that rail as a bit of a backboard or a break for the cue ball. Yeah, showing that he's not afraid of distance. He could have kind of punched that out 2 rails back out for the 6, but he's showing Eric that he's not afraid of not afraid of this 9-footer in this distance. Like I said a few times, these pockets do play pretty big, so gives you an extra sense of security if you have to play shape a little bit longer than you normally would. Not that time though. He's gonna leave a cut on the 6. Well, not even a cut. That ball's hanging. Eric's got two options here. He can just roll this 7 in or he can come back and forth. I like coming back and forth, but something tells me that Eric's just going to roll this 7 in. Play with him enough. Doesn't mind rolling the cue ball like that. It was enough of a cut for me where I kind of come back and forth, play into my position versus maybe taking a less of a fundamental stroke to pocket the ball. Really, pretty good idea there. He's really just trying to play like kind of a kill stroke. The shot calls for a little bit of bottom left. You hit it full and just kill your cue ball. It looked like he was just playing straight bottom there. That left allows you to hit that 8 a little bit fuller. Yeah, that left allows you to hit that cue ball just a little bit fuller and get you to hold that cue ball, but it lost a little bit. Oh, really good shot there from Dale. Looks like the first game going to Dale if this 10 ball drops. He shot it well, spun it in with a ton of left to get himself in position for an easy 10. First game going to Dale. This is a 6-4 race. There is, remember, every 40 points is a one-game handicap. Maxman race 6-3. This is a 6-4 race, so which means they're between 80 and 120 points apart. I got to hang out with Eric a little bit, so I know him. I really only hung out with him for a day, but I almost feel like I know him like the back of my hand. And Dale, this is my first time seeing him play. Pretty impressed with a 9-ball shot. Spun and controlled his cue ball pretty well there, so we'll watch that as the match progresses. The one was tracking towards the side. Cue ball got kicked and found its way in front of the pocket, so decent opportunity here for Eric. Yeah. Didn't mind leaving an angle, but that's much more angle than he would have preferred. I might be forced to kind of really roll this ball. Yeah. That's the problem with rolling balls. I kind of lose a bit of accuracy coming into it. Seemed a bit rushed shooting that one. I don't know if he was a little antsy coming into it or if he eager to run some balls. A little bit rushed shooting that one ball. Kind of just stopped it and drew it back a couple inches versus getting exactly where he needed it to be. And Dale would much rather been further off the rail than that. You got to kind of put a bit more of a confident stroke on that one and let that cue ball come back out to the middle of the table a little bit. Even if you're looking at an angle, cueing off the rail is never a good thing unless you absolutely have to. Kind of got away with it a little bit. See what Eric can come up with here. It's a bank if you're feeling aggressive, but a few different opportunities here. You can skim the left side of the 4 and try to play behind the 6. You can bank the 4. You can play the 4 behind the 6 just like you did right there and left it open. Clip the 8. Still made it there. I mean, even if you make the 5 here, what are you going to do with the 6? I guess we'll never know. Yeah, it must have been his intention to play safe there all the way. Just the pace that he played that, I would assume. Maybe he was trying to shoot the 5 into the 7. Put the cue ball behind the 6. Could have been going to try and make it, but nonetheless, Eric in a tough spot.
That's not gonna get it done. Gonna scratch on that one. Really gave up on that stroke. I think he was a bit afraid of the double hit there, so he kind of short stroked it a little bit. Got to commit to it a little bit more than that. That's gonna make things difficult. Yeah, looks like Eric's looking at the 6 in the corner. Yeah, really good shot using the 10 to stop that cue ball. Hold it for the 7. Good stroke there. Let's see what Eric chooses to do here. I almost think he's forced to draw this ball versus going forward because the forward ball doesn't. Yeah, just choosing to take distance there. 9 ball's close enough to a pocket. He's not super worried about it. I like the option. I'd argue he could have dug into that cue ball a little bit more to make this easier on him, but obviously that's what he felt comfortable with. He didn't hit it hard enough, nor did he make it. Obviously trying to hit that ball very thin. At the pace that he did play it, he was trying to hit it very thin so he could play it all the way. Play the 10 ball in the other corner. Caught it a bit too full. Lost his momentum on the cue ball. Now Dale has a chance to go up. I believe it's 2-0. I don't think they've updated their score. Well, maybe not this time. A huge opportunity. Eric's got to be going to church in the morning after a roll like that. Great shot. Dead center pocket. Good recovery after a few mishaps. It's got to be the shorts. we were we were we were in here last night. There was a dude wearing short shorts, and I didn't even realize it. It was so funny. What's up, Dara? How you doing, baby? But no, we were in here last night, and then I was shooting pool with Eric a little bit, and he's like, "Gosh, I don't know what I can and can't say." But anyways, he's like, "What's that douche over there?" He's like, "Who wears shorts like that?" And the dude had like the shortest shorts on in the room, and I'm like, "Oh my god, dude!" I'm like, "Seriously, bro, really?" And then I look down, and he's wearing this. He's basically wearing the same shorts as that dude over there. I was losing my mind. Got a lot of work to get back for this 3 ball here. Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like Scotty's getting down on it pretty quick. Let's obviously see a little bit. I like kind of low. Well, I was about to say, I kind of like loading up with some right so I can get to that side rail and out for the 4. Shooting that ball with a straight ball, it's almost a more difficult cut. And you don't always know exactly where that cue ball's coming out.
Dale's Dale's got a pretty decent opportunity here. 5 to the 6 is easy. 7 hanging in the side. Take it in the corner if you get a little funny on the 6. 8 in the side. 9 in the corner. 10 in any pocket you want. He's squinting like he can't see enough of this 4. Maybe that 7 impedes it just a hair. I think I would have shot it by now if it went. He may have to go rail first or attempt some form of safety here. Is that 10 gonna hang or is it coming up? Oh, it's gonna hang. Oh, Eric's got a great opportunity here. He can shoot this 4, draw it for the 5-10. See exactly what he's looking at. The 10's pretty deep though, so sounds crazy, but it's not a gimme by say per se. You have to shoot the 5 like you're trying to make it versus. Oh, that's not gonna get it done. Did he get lucky with the 7? I don't think he did. There is a little bit of a cut on the 4. Now that'll work. Okay, I'm gonna go over there and get on Eric's butt about keeping score on his phone. Just for you guys watching at home. Give me 1 second. Well, no, let me let him rack this and then we'll go from there. But someone to get the memo. Let me update this real quick. Sometimes it just doesn't show up. Oh, look at that. Yeah, no, they're keeping score. It's on my end. I apologize, guys. Well, I'll say it's on my end. It's on Wi-Fi end, which for some reason I take blame for. So, all right, Eric up 2-1. Yeah, like I said before, the scratches on the sides on the 10 ball break is very common. You miss hit it a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right. Very common scratch there. Leaving the door wide open for Eric here. Says a runnable rack. That's funny. This is the same table that me and Eric played on last night. He's very familiar with it. I played with him on 2 tables last night. We played on the tight table and then we played on this one. So he's more than comfortable on this table. He knows how it plays. He knows how the pockets play. It didn't look like Eric really committed to that stroke there. You gotta use that back rail and come up a little bit more than that. He's on the good side of it though, because he can kind of roll the 6 ball in. I even like using the top rail up here, coming up and down just like he did there. Great stroke, great shot. He's laughing. Guess the table got in his way a little bit. Like draw this out for the 8 a little bit. You like a little bit of an angle. Oh no. Just he just Tried to roll it in a bit. Dale's got a chance to put himself on 2 here. Well, no. I didn't see the 9 over there. I thought there was a little bit more room. Now looking at it, there isn't. He's got to bank it in. Smart shot there. If that was part of his intention, you always want to bank those balls short. You never bank them long. If you bank them long, good speed control, good cue. Oh, great shot there, falling in line. Just roll this forward a little bit for the 10 if he's straight. He'd like a little bit more, but that should be just fine. Like I said, very common shot in 10 ball. The 10 ball doesn't move if you hit the 10 ball break perfectly. 10 ball usually doesn't move. It's there a lot. You've shot this shot a million times. Very comfortable here. Oh, he undercut it, but he got away with it. He knows it. You could see him twist his neck a little bit. He knew he didn't hit it great, but he got away with it. Lives to see another day. And I believe that it's going to put Eric up 3-1 in the 6-4 race. You can tell when Eric